I'm ready.
Good evening, everyone. The Tuesday, September 13th, 2022 meeting of the Beverly Planning Board is hereby called to order. Just a quick note on logistics for board members. You'll note that you have microphones in front of you. In order to be picked up appropriately on BevCam, when you speak, please press the button so you see the green light at the bottom. And you are asked that if you're not speaking to turn your microphone off so the system doesn't pick up whispers and side comments and things like that. So with that in mind, we'll get going. And our first agenda item is subdivision approval not required plan, a continuation of our discussion on 114 and 1116 Livingston Avenue. The applicant is 7 Porter Terrace LLC.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Marshall Handley on behalf of Brian Marks.
I need the microphone on.
You need to put the microphone on. Thank you.
Good evening.
There we go.
Marshall Handley on behalf of Brian Marks, manager of the LLC that owns this property on Porter Terrace. What we're here before you tonight to do, we hope, is to just redraw the sideline on between lots 2 and lots 3. Lot 2, we believe, has sufficient lot area because of the definition of lot in the Beverly ordinance to remain compliant if this lot line is redrawn, and that would turn this lot, although we're not seeking to change the status of this lot, it would make both lots zoning compliant in terms of area.
Okay, and would that second lot be compliant with respect to frontage?
We're not asking for any change in the status of the second lot. The second lot, it has frontage on an undeveloped way, but it doesn't currently, I don't believe it currently complies with respect to frontage.
Okay, questions for Mr. Hanley? Members of the board? Ms. Flannery?
Mr. Hanley, could you clarify what you meant by compliant with zoning?
Well, I mean, just with the lot area requirement of zoning, this lot is 10,000 square feet, this lot would be 10,000 square feet. And it's an R10.
Thank you.
So if somewhere down the road, Livingston Avenue were to be continued, this would not be, I mean, this would be available for development. But we're not, again, it was noted on the subdivision, there's not a buildable lot. That is not changing by this application. We're just seeking to change the lot line here, which does not change the zoning status of either lot, we believe.
Other questions? Derek?
Yes, pardon me if I'm a little confused here, because as I recall from our last meeting, there was going to be a change in, well, Lot 2. Tell me where Parcel A comes into play. Help clarify for that.
Parcel A currently is part of Lot 2.
Yeah.
It is going to become part of Lot 3.
Okay, so you're saying that the addition of Parcel A to Lot 3,
Lot 3,
okay, makes no change. However,
it does not change the zoning status of Lot 2, which remains zoning compliant.
yeah.
And we're not asking for a change in the zoning status of Lot 3, but it's easier to do this now before Lot 2 is developed and sold than it would be down the line. And we're hoping that just to preserve, to make this, I mean, you can't get it's almost impossible to get a variance for lot area, but if at some point this road is developed, then that lot would be compliant And
Okay, so how many square feet will Lot 3 have?
Lot 3 will have 9,559 plus 1,428.
But you're saying, I thought you said that parcel A was going to become part of Lot 3.
It is. So that's the 1,428. That adds to the 9,559.
To bring it to a total of,
That's somewhere in the neighborhood, I can't do the math, but about 11,000.
10,009 something.
okay, so, and that then is above the 10,000
Above the
square
10,000
foot.
square
And
feet.
so that doesn't change the,
Does not change the building status of it. It has, the only frontage that this lot has is here at this point, on the turnaround, and it would not, and it wouldn't change that. So it has insufficient frontage at this point to be zoning compliant without a variance or without some other relief.
But if Livingston Ave is someday extended, it would make it.
It would then be available for,
because then that would count as frontage
because that would count as frontage.
automatically?
That really depends on how Livingston Avenue was developed. I mean, whether there was sufficient frontage, if it was developed. I'm not sure it's ever going to be developed.
I asked that because the discussion when we originally did the approval on this was, at least in my understanding, with the understanding that at 9,559 square feet, that lot, regardless of whether or not Livingston Avenue was ever, completed or whatever, would not be a buildable lot.
Would not have been,
It would not have been, but now it would be.
but now it would be. Which
So-
it seems to make some sense. I mean, if we're trying to preserve, this was subdivided for residential construction 100 years ago. Seems to me a better choice than, breaking into fresh woodlands that were never intended or never planned for development and doing that. But at this point, this isn't, there is no plan, and there is no application before you to change the status of this from non-buildable to anything but non-buildable.
So was there ever a plan?
To do
I'm
it-
just confused because you
There
just
was-
said,
This whole subdivision
Yeah.
was laid out in 120 years ago, I think.
yeah.
So somebody planned to build houses all through here. And a lot of them were built on 5,000 square foot lots, and a lot of them weren't. And
Anything else?
No, it just seems more like a modification to me than it does.
Well, I think, and I'm going to just ask you to hold off for a second, Wayne. I wonder, Mr. Hanley, if you can deal with the issues or the questions that we had the last time.
Yes,
We were concerned, first of all, as to whether or not you can, or your client could, ask for this A and R since the definitive subdivision plan had not been completed.
and I think the answer to that, I don't disagree with the solicitor's response on that.
Okay, I just
think
wanted
the-
to hear
the
your
solicitor-
opinion on it.
I share her opinion.
Okay.
The solicitor said that, if it were not completed and there were no bond, then that would be an issue. But there is a bond, and it is going to be completed. It has the base course down. We're hoping to come back and ask you for an extension on the finish course so that we don't lay the finish course down while they're building the house, before they build the house, and destroy the roadway as a result of the completion of the construction on Lot 2. But we haven't yet.
So our first issue, fair to say, has been resolved. You and the city solicitor are in agreement that as long as there's a bond, it's appropriate for you to ask for this, what I would call a modification as
That's
well. Okay. The second issue was,
Can I just for one?
please,
Sorry, the one point I think that needed to be addressed was the easement planning board needs to accept the easement for the turnaround, which was a condition of the approval of the plan.
That's correct as well.
And that
And-
goes to question
And
one.
the solicitor and I have gone back and forth on the language of the easement, and we have an easement that I think we both agree is appropriate. I don't know, I wasn't involved with this when it first came before you. I'm surprised that the easement wasn't presented as part of the original subdivision.
Could you, Mr. Hanley, for our listening audience, explain what this easement is going to do?
Well, this is, as described in the definition of lot, this turnaround here is not, it's not part of the way, it's actually a grant of rights to public safety and to the traveling public to enter onto this for the purposes of turning around and, public safety purposes. So the grant has to be to the city, and it is a grant of rights to actually enter in here and use it, and it's, the same rights would extend to people lawfully on the way, and so that this was available to anybody who came up here to turn around, and the owner of the lot would retain the fee interest, and would be responsible to include this area in their overall homeowners insurance coverage, and to show the city as a named insured on that coverage. I don't think that there's any liability that would arise to the city, because the city doesn't have any maintenance obligation for that turnaround. They just have the right to use it.
And how does the easement come into play with respect to the lots and what's being requested this evening?
Well, the easement, the definition of lot, which I was happy to contribute to in my time as solicitor, exempts from it. Normally, an easement, a private easement, is excluded from lot area calculations for the purposes of calculating lot area in compliance with zoning. But, and it says, an easement, that exclusion shall not apply to any easement, right-of-way, or restriction that is either for utility or conservation purposes, or that is held by or is generally open to governmental agencies or to the public. So this easement, by its terms, is held by the city of Beverly, and it is open to governmental agencies and to the public as a turnaround easement, which I think is consistent with the expectation of this board when it was originally presented. It just wasn't, the easement wasn't for some reason included with the documents that were before you when you considered this subdivision.
So does that mean that the 1,200 square feet of the easement is allowed to be calculated at? Or
That is, it is
10,000?
included in the 10,000.
Excuse me, Rodney, can you turn your microphone on, please?
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, so what that is saying, that the 1,200 square feet of easement area is allowed to be calculated within the 10,000, or the required 10,000 square feet of lot size?
Right. I mean, the language specifically says the area of a lot is that area in square feet or acres enclosed by the lot lines of a single lot, and calculating the area of the lot for purposes of determining the conformance with the minimum area requirements of this chapter, the zoning ordinance, but not for any other dimensional calculations. No portion of such lot shall be included which is subject to an easement or right-of-way that is recorded or shown on a plan that serves property outside the lot. So if this were a driveway easement for another lot, it would be excluded. But
It would be private.
it would be private. But that exception, exception 1 or 2 above shall apply only, shall apply to any easement right-of-way, it shall not apply to, neither 1 or 2 shall apply to any easement right-of-way or restriction that is either for utility, and if you're running pipes through a property to serve other properties, that's a utility easement, utility or conservation purposes, or that is held by or generally open to governmental agencies or to the public, which I think this one specifically is.
So, quick question about that turnaround easement. I
Yeah.
assume that's going to be paved as well?
Yes, oh yeah, I think it's currently paved.
Currently paved? How does that impact the need for the frontage as it relates to the subdivision plan?
As this says, it does not, that easement does not change the frontage calculation.
Okay.
It only affects lot area calculations, but no other dimensional calculations.
Wayne, did you have a question or two?
I do. It's your contention, and I think it's correct to say that the combined lot will become a buildable lot by right.
This lot remains a buildable lot?
Yes, the new combined lot.
No, it will not, this lot will not become a buildable lot by right.
I misspoke. It'll become a buildable lot by right if Livingston Ave is
If
extended.
Livingston Avenue were to be extended.
Okay, and we're all in agreement on that, right?
And depending on how far we're extended, I mean, you have minimum frontage requirements.
Right, you'd have to extend it
Right. So,
most of that 100 feet, I suppose.
or waive it, or vary it.
Other questions? Seems to me that I think the issue is... Oh, thank you, sorry. Takes a little getting used to. It strikes me that I think the concerns have been addressed by our city solicitor and by Mr. Hanley, working, I think, with her. So that being said, Darlene, does the easement have to be adopted by us or by the city council?
The planning board needs to accept the easement. It will also then go to city council.
Okay. So it seems to me we make a decision on whether or not to accept the easement and then whether or not to grant the A&R as is typically done. So unless there's questions, any further questions, I'd welcome motions on this, please.
Madam Chair, how do we identify the easement? Is there square footage, is there something that's been recorded?
This plan has been recorded, and the easement is reflected on the plan. It's described as an easement, there just is there's no recorded easement to go with it. And the easement, as reflected on the plan, is described in the easement language that the solicitor and I have agreed to.
And will that easement language be recorded?
It will.
Okay.
Rodney, there's a page in your document that is the easement. It's,
So why don't we deal with the easement first? No. Your mic if you... Can't see that far. Or accept it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to adopt and accept the easement at 7 Porter Terrace LLC.
As set forth, can we modify that as set forth in a document to be recorded at the Registry of Deeds? And is it as indicated on the,
Would you like me to describe what's written?
yeah, please.
A turnaround easement over that portion of grantor's land shown as, quote, "turning easement," end quote, on Lot 2, and, quote, "turning easement," end quote, on Lot 3, Livingston Avenue, on page C-1, on a plan entitled Definitive Subdivision Plan for Livingston Avenue Improvements, Beverly, Mass. Prepared by LeBlanc Survey Associates for grantor, dated July 2020, and revised October 2020, and recorded at the Essex South District Registry of Deeds at Book 39417, page 23, paren, the easement area, end paren, for fire trucks, emergency vehicles, and public health vehicles.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second, please? Seconded by Rodney Sinclair. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Yes, Wayne. Microphone, Wayne. Thank you.
It wasn't enough. I had to get used to microphones on my computer. Now
I know.
I don't
You're
see
the
any
most technologically astute out of all of us, so.
I see no discussion of required signage for the turnaround to exclude parking on it.
That was included in the decision,
I thought it was,
On the
and I'm
plan.
looking for it.
well, the original decision of the subdivision.
Okay, so we don't have to.
Yeah, it's already
rehash
been
that.
captured in that original decision.
And I believe the language against parking is also included in the easement.
Okay, and who's responsible for the signage in that document? And maintaining the signage and monitoring the parking situation? What happens if somebody ignores the sign for the next 7 or 8 years and parks there anyway? What happens?
Mr. Hanley, would you like to respond to that?
My guess is that if somebody, the sign is a sign and it's an undertaking with the city of Beverly, I suspect it's enforceable by the Beverly Police Department. I don't think there's a private right of towing, generally, but I think that the police can identify someone violating a municipal right and a municipal obligation, and they can cause the car to be towed upon complaint.
And would the homeowners association have responsibility for maintaining those signs?
Yeah, yes.
They would. Remind me, this is a private road now?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess one more question on that is, as a private road, we've seen recently that some private roads have restrictions against the walking of dogs on private roads. Is there any such plan?
I'm not aware of one.
And you'd assure me that there wouldn't be any such restriction.
Well, keeping in mind, Wayne, that was already voted on. This is strictly talking about an acceptance of the easement
The easement.
and the A&R.
How about that?
I have reviewed the homeowners association agreement. I don't recall seeing that.
Well, that's a new one on me. I wasn't aware that that there were streets you couldn't walk dogs.
It's happened.
Any other discussion on the motion?
Yes, so let's, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Let's pretend that I want to clarify, and I do actually, why we're voting separately on the easement. Is that because in order for us to approve the A&R or vote on the A&R, then this issue has to be settled?
It has to be settled in order for the lot areas to work out.
Yeah, okay, because of the way the calculations are being,
And because it was an open condition of
Yeah.
the approval.
okay. And then this, in theory, would then finalize, because the bond is there, all the actions that are necessary for us to be able to view this as an A&R, as opposed to minor modification or major modification?
Well, the ordinance or the law basically says that as long as there's a bond in place to cover the completion of it, then the filing of this type of an A&R is an appropriate act.
Okay. Sorry, it's a new one on me, so I,
It's a new one, me too.
so.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. I was going to say I'll call the roll, but I don't have to. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes unanimously? Yep. Okay, the next item is for whether or not to endorse the A&R. Welcome a motion on that, please.
I move to endorse the subdivision approval not required plan for 114 and 116 Livingston Avenue. 7 Porter Terrace LLC is the applicant as presented.
I have a motion, is there a second, please?
Second, Madam Chair.
Seconded by Mr. Sinclair. Discussion on the motion, yes, Sarah?
Is this something where we have to have findings? Like, does it meet the requirements? Is this the case? Okay. Never mind, I withdraw my question.
Madam Chair?
Please?
So my concern with this is that, I mean, now we're treating it as a new proposal before us, and, you know, when we were moving our way through the decisions on this 2 years ago, or whatever it was, it was an important factor to me that this was not a buildable lot, and now it would be a buildable lot if Livingston Avenue is to be extended. And I remember neighbors talking about, you know, their concern for losing wooded space and things like that, and it just sort of, it seems like, I guess, for the proponents, an elegant way to move forward without having to go, I guess, any other route.
May I speak to that?
Yeah?
The development, the extension of Livingston Avenue is completely within your control. It's not something that can be done without your approval. The adjustment of the lot line, I would submit, is something that does not require your approval, and that's why it's A&R. But if that, you know, to change the status of that to a buildable lot is absolutely within your purview, and it may not make sense, but I would submit if that road is extended, if you allow that road to be extended, it's because the majority of the board feels that further residential development in this area is appropriate. So, you know, you're certainly not losing a bite at the apple, and this isn't a sleight of hand. It's just to use the moment before everything becomes too rigid, to preserve it should it appear at some point in the future that that's a sensible thing to do, to develop it as a residential lot. I mean, it'll be conforming as to size, and who knows if it'll ever be conforming as to frontage. But if it is, it would seem to make sense to develop it as a residential lot, since it's there in a residential area, and presumably there's something going on the other side that is driving the extension of that road.
Well, I would say this, that I actually agree with Mr. Beckwith. I remember the discussions on this. I remember the neighbors being here, deeply concerned about water, drainage, those types of issues, and that the calculations and things that were done were predicated on the fact that that lot was being classified as an unbuildable lot. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Hanley, which is that question need not be resolved tonight, that we still get a bite at that apple.
And that classification is not being changed. This
Right.
is still classified as an unbuildable lot.
I think our obligation would be, if and when this were ever to come, whether it be before this board or some subsequent board, would be to make sure that that board knows that what we just said, that there have been deep concerns about, when we approved this, there were deep concerns about drainage and water, and that the approval at that time was predicated on that being an unbuildable lot.
I think that the reason that that lot line is where it is because when it was laid out, no one was paying attention to the definition of lot.
Oh, we were paying attention to the definition of lot.
But you might have been, but, I mean, but my side wasn't. They didn't realize that, I mean, this, the point of this is to make up this area. That this lot line was changed. This is the original lot line. It was changed here to pick up the area that was lost to the turnaround.
Okay. Any further discussion? There is a motion.
Just quick, just
Go ahead, Rodney.
what controls are in place to ensure that the history is brought into the conversation? If there's 10,000 square feet within this lot, if there's over 100 feet of frontage, what are the mechanisms down the line to ensure at least this conversation is being had?
Well, I think it's a recorded plan, so we start, and we would have that plan, that there would be in the files, the original plans, things like that. And there would be the minutes from all of the meetings and the public hearings.
And you'd have Ellen Flannery.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Can I just ask that question in case members of the public are wondering exactly?
No, it's a legitimate question.
And I might add that, and we have this discussion tonight, which I think is part of memorializing it.
The minutes will reflect it.
And if I might just add, this is a point of conversation for the board generally, but I think it is a lesson that if there are things that you feel you're accepting a plan under certain conditions, those conditions should be stated in your decision going forward. Not necessarily on this A&R, but I think, that could have been an expectation in the decision.
You mean with the expectation that that unbuildable lot would remain unbuildable?
Correct.
Okay.
But we couldn't have made that a condition.
You can. You could say that the land should be no further subdivided. There are prior plans that do say, 5 lots maximum, no more lots than that.
This isn't,
But that's a step, I was
that
just
would,
trying to give.
and there is case law that speaks to that, but this is not that situation. There's no increase in lots here. This is simply the redrawing of a line that results in no zoning nonconformity.
But it does result in Lot 3 becoming a buildable lot if there's an extension. But we do have control over that.
Correct.
So,
Yes, Derek, that would come as a subdivision.
but could we condition in the future? Could we have conditioned Lot 3 will never be a buildable lot?
In the future?
Yeah.
You
I
could
don't
have
see how.
in the past.
No. Could we have then, is my question, Alan.
I take issue with that. I don't think that if it is conforming to zoning, you cannot make it unbuildable. If it, there are lots of things that you control. You control roadways, you control, utility installations, you control, you review drainage, but the issue of whether or not a lot can be built under, is a matter of zoning compliance, if they meet all of your other criteria. You do have absolute control over the extension of the roadways, and that remains within your purview, but I don't think you can prohibit buildability of zoning compliant lots.
I think
But at the time, it wasn't compliant.
At the time, it wasn't, but it can be made. That's what the A&R process is there for, that you can, as long as your adjustments are made that don't result in zoning nonconformities, you can redraw the lines.
Okay.
Wayne?
Yeah.
See, this is why I'm not a lawyer. To my earlier misspoken question, if that Livingston Ave is extended sufficiently, then does it become a buildable lot by right? That was the question. Does it in fact become a buildable lot by right?
No, well, it has to
The
go
road
through a
is extended.
subdivision approval first.
So the answer was no.
Correct.
It does not become a buildable lot by right if the road is extended. That's the question I asked earlier.
If the road is extended and that's approved by the planning board, which it has to be.
If the
then it
road is extended, does the lot then become buildable by right, or does that still have to be approved as a subdivision?
So
Of course it would.
The planning board has to approve the extension of the lot, of the road.
And if we did,
Then it is a buildable lot,
then it's a buildable lot.
if it's built
By
to the
right.
frontage or if there's a waiver of frontage.
Right, but in order for us to deny the extending of that road, we would have to have good reasons to do that. Yeah, I'm not a lawyer. I give up.
Okay, any other further discussion? Any additional discussion on this motion? Hearing none, okay, all in favor? All opposed? Motion passes 5-2.
Thank you.
Our second A and R is for 973 Hale Street. The applicant is Joan L. Mullen.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Connor Walsh. We're here with Glebsky and Glebsky here in Beverly, offices at 8 Washington Street. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Joan Mullen. You may remember my colleague Mark Glebsky presented before you on the same property for the approval of a special permit to allow for a pork chop lot, which was granted. Mark is now on vacation. So, you know, as I said, I'm sure you're familiar with this project. To give a brief summary, this is a large property up on Hale Street, almost on the Manchester border. This is the third leg of the approval process for Ms. Mullen. The first step was to go to the ZBA for the granting of a special permit to approve the change in a non-conforming use, which was granted. From there, the project was presented before you folks, seeking a special permit to approve the creation of a pork chop lot, which you see here on these plans before you as Lot 1, which has 75 feet of frontage on Hale Street. And with the approval of that planning board special permit to allow for the pork chop lot, leg 3 is the endorsement of an A&R plan. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I do know as a condition to the planning board's issuance of the special permit, there were conditions as it related to fire hydrants. Those have all been met. I believe there's a letter in your package from Captain Kraling as to such. And otherwise, this A&R plan conforms with the conditions set forth for the pork chop lot special permit.
Questions for Mr. Walsh? Derek?
What I didn't remember from the other discussion that we had was the, hold on one second, I'm looking for, oh, there it is. Additionally, we request access to Old Fire Road remain open from driveway, turn to rear of property for potential woods fires.
Sure, and that's actually, forgive me, I had, that came to my attention a couple hours ago today.
Yeah.
I was actually hoping, I'm curious whether Darlene could give a little bit of clarity. I think I understand what the fire department is seeking there. I'm not sure whether you know exactly. My understanding is that probably relates to the existing driveway, more or less between the carriage house and the proposed lot division line. I'm not sure, Darlene, whether you know exactly, in terms of Old Fire Road, that's just the aspect of it that is unclear to me from that note.
I don't.
Okay.
I didn't have a chance to talk to Captain Carling about that specifically. I can try and look up if there's any, it's pretty wooded.
Darlene? I believe it has to do with the road that goes up to the Greenbelt property. that
this one?
driveway there. I think it's past the turn into, I think the way I took it is that the fire department is asking to be able to continue along by right up that road to handle any fires or anything that could take place.
I mean, if that's the case, I think that's outside of the easement area. That's beyond the scope of anything that the applicant can agree to. The proposed driveway to reach the existing, for lack of a better word, bigger structure will exist and be created over an existing easement with Greenbelt. That easement is already of record. Otherwise, it's my understanding that the conditions from Captain Kraling have been met as to the width of that driveway to allow for adequate access. So if that is, the basis for that condition and it's limited to the easement area, I have no issue with adding that as a condition on the A&R plan.
Other questions for Attorney Walsh?
Attorney Walsh, could you talk a little bit about what Ms. Mullen is intending to do with the 26 Rum house eventually?
It's my understanding she intends to sell it eventually. She currently resides there. My understanding is that her intention is to move into the existing carriage house and ultimately sell the other property. Her intention, this is a very large property up there. Her intention is to limit its ability to be further subdivided as best I can tell by this plan. And she loves the property, so she wants to stay there. I think that the size of the existing house has just become too much for her, and this is the primary reason for this project in the first place. But yeah, so that's that I understand to be the motivation.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Is there anything further from Greenbelt on this project?
Not that I'm aware of. Okay, if there are no further questions for Mr. Walsh, then I would welcome a motion on this matter, please.
So, Madam Chair, if I could, what is the actual motion? I'm looking for, we don't have a staff report on it that I can see. What is the,
Endorse
Endorsement.
an A&R as not requiring subdivision approval. That's what it is. Right?
I'll take a stab at it. I think she just-
Sure, Rodney, you go
I think you
first.
just gave me an alley-oop right there, so I'm gonna go for it.
Go for it, my friend.
Motion to endorse A&R plan. Does it have a number? Associated with 973 Hale Street.
Need you to be a little bit louder, please.
Sorry about that. I move to endorse A&R plan.
Green light on?
It is on.
It is.
And can you point the mic a little towards your, yes, thank you.
There we go. I move to endorse A&R plan, 973 Hale Street, that it does not require subdivision approval.
Okay. Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Is there a discussion on the motion? All in favor? All approved? I mean, it's time to go home. All in favor? Can we do this again? All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Motion passes.
Thanks very much, folks.
Okay, our next agenda item is modification request for OSRD number 10-17 Hickory Hill Way. Property is located at 20, 30, and 40 Webster Avenue, and the applicant is Benco LLC.
All right, good evening. Bob Griffin on behalf of Benco.
We're going to have to try to ask you, Mr. Griffin, to speak into the microphone if you would.
I believe you can hold them. It's on already. You can also like carry it around with you if you want.
Like you're a rock star.
I could pick them up like that.
Okay.
Okay. So in 2018, the board approved an OSRD subdivision plan for this property on Webster Avenue. You may recall there was 6 sort of semi-attached units down here of coming up the road from Webster Avenue, and then 3 single-family houses. The houses are under construction. Some of them have been conveyed. I think there's people living in a few of them. At the time, Mr. Carlson, the applicant, retained this property. It was known as number 20 Webster back then, and I think number 30 Webster, and there was another property down here, and I think this one, a single family, has been sold. But his present plan is to renovate this parcel here, which used to be known as number 20 Webster. So this is the approved 2018 plan. I'm going to show you the current site plan. And just to make things a little more confusing, when I do that, I'm going to rotate it a little bit. So this long line is going to be at the top of the page when I turn this. Whoops.
I might need a minute to find this electronically because I certainly can't see that. So just give me a minute.
So
It's up there.
I can't see that one either, but I have it in front of me if I can just find the right one.
It's called Lot 2 site plan.
Yep, this one will do. Okay.
Okay. So, the proposal is to improve the driveway access off of what is now known as Hickory Hill Way. The house is located here. There's going to be some minor building additions on the house to improve egress and to add a porch. And there's a proposal to put in a 5-car garage in conjunction with the improvements as well. This is a 5-family residence. It has been for many, many years, and the plan is to maintain it as a 5-family residence. In addition to the 5 garage spaces, we'll have some outdoor parking spaces. We've got 3 here, we've got 2 here, and we're trying to work around the existing driveway as much as possible. 1 more over here for a total of 11 parking spaces. We've done drainage calculations here to demonstrate to the city that there's no significant changes to the OSRD drainage program. We are going to add a 1,000-gallon dry well, which will receive runoff from the garage. If the dry well capacity is ever exceeded in a particularly heavy rainstorm, water will continue to flow to the north and get into the OSRD drainage system. The water flows in that direction right now anyway, so we're not really creating any new drainage patterns or any new drainage issues. But we continue to meet the drainage standards that were set forth when the OSRD site plan was approved. With that, I'd be happy to address any questions about the proposed improvements.
Could you please itemize the modifications you're asking for?
Well, at the time, there was no improvements shown on this lot. So I think because this lot is covered with an OSRD site plan, the project is back in front of you to say that these are minor changes to the subdivision as approved. And I think that, we continue to have a 5-family residence. We have perhaps better parking on the lot than we have today. We're going to, obviously, through these renovations, significantly improve the 5-family building. There'll be some landscaping improvements that happen as part of this as well. And so this is the type of work that wasn't contemplated back in 2018, but it is today. And procedurally, we have to be here to determine if this is a significant modification or not.
And I appreciate that, but, and again, I don't mean to be prickly, but can you please itemize the modifications that you're looking for? I couldn't find it in the letter, and I'm asking you to do it now, if you would, please.
So, again, all of these improvements that are shown were not shown in 2018, but basically it boils down to improving the driveway, improving the delineation of parking spaces, adding a 5-car garage, and adding some minor additions to improve egress from the 5-family building, and a porch.
Other questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Miller?
Just repeating what Mr. Griffin said, and I note that there is a new detached 5-car garage,
Yes,
and you're asking for a minor modification?
yes.
I look askew. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Flannery?
Madam Chair, Mr. Griffin, what kind of tree removal will take place? And how much?
Well, we've identified several trees near the parking areas that will be removed, so it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks like 10 trees will be, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think if I got them all, about 14 trees. The plans with the X, or the trees are indicated on the plan you have that have an X on it.
Okay. And will there be any new plantings or additional landscaping?
Yes, there certainly will be. The landscaping plan has not yet been prepared, but obviously the plan is to make this building and grounds beautiful. And so it will have a significant landscaping improvement.
And the removal of those trees does not impair the drainage calculations at all?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, Mr. Griffin, where do the current, in the current situation, where do cars park?
I'm going to go back to the 2018 plan. Again, we're rotated a little bit, but the driveway comes in basically the same place as the proposed driveway off of Hickory Hill Way, and there's a parking area here indicated park, and an area up here indicated park. So that's basically the same area that is indicated on this plan as the 5-car garage, and this area up just to the north of the existing building.
Okay, and how far is the proposed garage from, neighboring properties and any existing structures on those properties?
Yeah, so it's 50 feet from the corner of the garage to this lot line. There's really no buildings, close to that as you go up. If we look at the site plan again from 2018, you'd have to go up the hill a significant distance to come to the 3 single-family residences. And then on the opposite side of Hickory Hill Way is where the duplexes are, and you'd have to go another 50 to 75 feet from the lot line before you got to those buildings. So certainly over 100 feet from the garage to the nearest building.
I noticed that some of the trees that are being removed would be ones that would be between the garage and, are those, they don't seem to be on the driveway. They access to the garage between the, it looks like you're taking down several trees between the new proposed garage and properties on the other side of Hickory Hill.
Right, so there are some trees along that area that are tall pine trees and that threaten the garage, both because of their proximity and because of their age. And so those trees are going to be removed. Mr. Carlson, the applicant, had a arborist come up and look at a number of trees around the building to determine which ones could be saved and not, and that was the basis for our plan.
And you don't yet have in place, what is going to be done to replace?
We don't have a landscaping plan yet, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Griffin, have you submitted an application for the 5-car garage?
I think a building permit was filed at the end of August.
What city agencies have you talked to about your plan, other than us?
My involvement is strictly with the planning board, but the applicant, Mr. Carlson, probably spoke to other departments of the city in part of his normal permitting process, probably the police and fire, but I wasn't involved in those discussions.
All right, are you able to get records of those? Any findings, anything that they recommended, any conversations?
Thank you.
You know, I think that the fire department was probably happy with the proposed improvements to the building because it's going to get a sprinkler system. I don't think that this poses any issues from the police point of view. I think, you know, improving the visibility of the building from the way probably has some improvements or probably has some benefit to security. But again, I wasn't involved in the discussions between Mr. Carlson and the police and fire departments.
All right, Darlene, have you heard anything from?
No, I have not. I could check and see if there were any comments in our online permitting system, but generally, you know, I mean, I think, trying to remember, if we circulate minor modification requests, we don't necessarily circulate them. They would have those conversations with the departments through the building permit process. All of those boards would sign off on a building permit. So I think here, the real determinant is, is this a minor change to the site? And if so, it can be voted on by the board. If it's major, if it's determined to be major, then it would be something that requires a public hearing and would be circulated through this process to all the other committees or staff.
Madam Chair, do we have site plan review?
We have determination as to whether or not these proposed changes are minor, first of all, and then if the board should deem them to be minor tonight, then we can take a vote on them. If the board deems them not to be minor, then we schedule for a public hearing.
Madam Chair, can we clarify that? Is it minor in the context of this one lot, or is it minor in context of the OSRD district?
That's the $64,000 question. Minor really has no definition. It is pretty subjective.
Would like the record to show that I sighed deeply.
I know.
I would submit that these actions described by Mr. Griffin and identified as improvements in the aggregate constitute a modification to the site, which is not minor.
I think the improvements are going to have no significant impact to the site. I think that, considering this as, what would the board have done with these improvements back in 2018 is worth pondering. And I think that, given the extent of work associated with improvements to Hickory Hill Road and the residential subdivision, this would have had no negative impact on the proposed subdivision of the OSRD plan.
I won't argue that either direction, but I am pondering it, and in my mind, I don't feel that these are minor modifications, which is the question before us. Not whether they're good or bad, or would have been approved, or should have been approved, but whether they are minor or not. And in my mind, they are not minor. Convince me otherwise.
And if I may interrupt, and I apologize, Wayne, that given the fact that we just talked about that there's really no definition for minor, if you're well within your right to deem them to be minor, and I agree wholeheartedly with you. I don't find these to be minor either. I mean, we've got, if I understand, you're widening the gravel driveway to start, correct?
Yeah.
And then as you further go down the driveway, you're proposing concrete driveway with a turnaround. You're also looking to abandon the access road. We've got a 5-car garage being built, another part of the driveway that goes into there. We're looking at renovations of the building, which we haven't discussed. Obviously, the tree removal. Again, with no definition of minor, and this is subjective to each one of us, I agree with Wayne. I don't find these to be minor modifications. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Could I give a little guidance?
Sure, guide away.
I would just say, I think the renovations to the building are generally not the purview of the planning board.
I understand, but I'd like just to know more about, just a little bit more about them.
And then as a little context, although we don't have, so a site plan review, which generally applies to commercial, industrial, and multifamily developments. This is different from the OSRD site plan, which is what we're under now. But when a site plan review, when we have an expansion of a project, a trigger is 20% increase in gross square footage for a multifamily building over 10 units or more than 2 buildings on a lot. So anything under that wouldn't come to the board, for the planning board, for review, if it was an expansion of an existing use. So that's maybe the only area of context that I thought was similar.
Can you
I haven't
repeat
done
that?
that calculation. So a modification, or if you had an approved site plan, it would be triggered for review if there was an expansion by 20% in the gross square footage of a multifamily building. Now, in that case, it applies to buildings over 10 units or more than 2 townhouses or buildings on a lot. This is not under our standard site plan, but that's the closest kind of comparison that I could think of, and that's something we recently changed that standard. So in that case, I don't actually know the gross square footage difference, but in that case, a project like this wouldn't come back to the planning board for site plan review.
So there's no significant changes to gross square footage here. We're adding a portion, I don't think that counts as gross square footage because it's not habitable space. And it's an existing 5-unit building, it's going to remain a 5-unit building. It's, in need of significant care and updating, and that's what it's going to get.
I appreciate the guidance, but again, given the subjective nature of this, and again, it's just my opinion, I still think it's not minor. But that's up to the whole board, so,
Madam Chair,
yes.
given that there is a building application that's been submitted, there will be other review. Does it hurt to deem it not minor? Allow that process to move forward and then allow it to come back to the board at a later time? In essence, there will be a public hearing. I understand that,
There
right?
will only be a public
Public
hearing
hearing.
if this is,
If we deem it not,
If we deem it not minor.
not minor, correct. So there's,
building
so there's
permit
a public
process,
hearing,
yeah.
which allows anybody in the neighborhood to come forward or not. We can put it off till sort of after the application goes through the city agencies. If there's anything that comes up from it, allow us to hear it, and then we can review it at that time. It sounds like there's a lot that's going on, and it seems like folks on the board want to hear what the implications are, what some of that work is, whether it's the renovation, whether it's the exterior work. Just seems like people want to hear about that.
If I can,
Wayne?
Madam Chair, I can answer the question maybe a little bit about, will it hurt? It hurts the applicant, and it's a delay, and it takes more time. Time costs money, and it hurts the board only in that it takes more of our time. Other than that, I can't think of what harm that does, and that was your question.
Well, there's a process that's going on. I guess I'm saying there's a review process that's happening.
sorry, I don't understand that. I'm trying to, so if the board chooses to deem this a major modification, any sort of building permit application will be put on hold and not move forward until this is done.
Let me ask you this, if we deem it a not minor modification, does this plan get sent to, like, engineering and things like that?
Yes, they all have to sign off on it. All the departments will sign off on it, regardless of the decision here. And so because it's a new building permit, they will look at it for drainage, and the engineering department will review for the drainage plan and any erosion control, land alteration potentially, right? They usually,
I mean, Phil, you know, the drainage has already happened. We've already provided the drainage calculations. The erosion control happens as a result of doing, you know, disturbance on a 1 acre parcel of land. I think, you know, it's possible that the building renovations can proceed since they're sort of inside the building anyways, but certainly the garage, the driveway improvements, it seems like that's covered with your OSRD site plan jurisdiction.
Well, I'd be honest with you, I'd be happy to have engineering look at this. It's OSRD, and to my thought process, not that it adds an extra layer of concern, but in my head it does. And so, yeah, I'm not willing, again, I've said it 3 times, I'm not willing to deem these requested modifications to be minor.
I think, Ellen, you reflected something I was thinking too. OSRD does feel a little more like ours in a way.
Well,
So I
with
feel a
that-
little more
that it-
responsible
I don't
for
want to
it.
say special treatment, because I don't think it's special treatment, but the nature of it, I don't know what I'm exactly trying to say, but it's
Nevertheless, I
OSRD.
understand completely.
Yeah. That's all. Okay, anything else from members of the board? Okay, I would welcome a motion on this, please. Hmm?
Did you not make a motion?
No, he didn't make a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to remember, in these situations, it's usually in the affirmative that the motion is made, and then the vote is, right? So regardless of my vote, I move that the board approve, deem the proposed modification of OSRD site plan number 10-17 Hickory Hill Way, formerly known as 2030 and 40 Webster Avenue, as minor in nature.
Okay, there is a motion by Mr. Beckwith. Is there a second, please? Seconded by Mr. Miller.
Second it.
Discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Wait, I think you got it backwards.
No, his motion was proposed modification on minor in nature. Oh,
Yeah, minor in nature.
No, that's not what he said.
I knew I should have called in sick tonight.
So you just approved the minor in nature. If your hand is up, you think they're minor in nature.
I'm withdrawing my,
Okay.
4.
those opposed? 4-3. So these are deemed to be minor in nature.
Madam Chair, in the staff report, it said that needed to be a 2/3 majority. I could be wrong.
Because it's OSRD, is that right?
And it's special.
I copied that from the past one. Sorry. Yeah, I've been doing that for the last 5 minutes. Let's do next 7. So unless there's 0.7 of a person. Sorry. Only apply if it was in the OSRD.
It would have to be 4 out of 6 to be 2/3, and it's
4 points.
Okay,
Four
the
out of
planning
7,
board
so
may
that's
approve without public hearing those
Oh,
amendments. and
excuse me, Darlene, microphone, please. Thank you.
The planning board may approve without public hearing those amendments or modifications that are determined by a 2/3 majority of the planning board members to be minor in nature.
So 2/3 out of 7 is what? So if we round up, you need 5 votes. And I believe we round up, right? Anything over,
All right, well, thank you all very much for your help this evening.
you're welcome. Should we set a public hearing? What are we meeting, October 4th?
October 4th is the first one out, and I think we've got 2 hearings already on
Setting a public hearing for this? Is that what I understand?
Yes.
They failed to pass.
I understand that part, yeah.
Yes, but
We've got
Okay.
2 on, we've got Good Federal Speak, we've got this is October 4th. We've got 2 already scheduled, just so you know.
What's required to be submitted in order to have that hearing,
Marijuana shop.
and that's what I'm looking at right now.
and by when?
And this is-
Well, you,
I can't even read it, I'm sorry.
the application,
That's the town schedule for the.
and my biggest concern is the legal ad.
Mine is getting all the work done, but okay.
I know. You know, it might be safest to just not do it the October 4th meeting, do the second meeting in October
That's better, yeah.
to ensure that there's time, and then I don't have to worry about how much time I need for legal ad.
Okay.
So that's October 25th?
Yeah.
Okay. So welcome aboard.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you. Okay, I would welcome a motion to set this for a public hearing for our second October meeting, which is October 25, 2022.
So moved, Madam Chair?
Second.
Motion by Flannery, seconded by Beckwith. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's just take a minute here. Livingston. It's so hot in here.
I should be able to see it.
Okay, could I have a motion for us to recess for public hearings, please?
So moved, Madam Chair?
Motion,
Seconded.
okay, motion by Flannery, seconded by Beckwith. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, motion passes. We are now in public hearings. Our first public hearing of this evening is the continued public hearing for special permit number 182-22, site plan review number 155-22 for 40 Dunham Ridge. The applicant is 40 Dunham OC LLC.
Good evening, members of the board. Miranda Simasco from Glovsky and Glovsky on behalf of the applicant. Is the sound okay?
Yeah.
Great. As you mentioned, we are here this evening to continue a public hearing that began at the last board meeting. We'll run you through a quick summary of the project once our person who's running the slides comes back. But as members will recall, this is a 160 unit, over 55 active adult community that's proposed to be constructed at 40 Dunham Ridge in the IR zoning district. And the project has received previously a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. authorizing the use. And we are here before the planning board for site plan review, as well as for a special permit to request a reduced ratio of parking, which is permitted under the bylaw by a special permit from the planning board. We have, since we, just to recap a little bit, and Darlene, if you can advance the slide, that would be great. Since the last time we were here, we have been to the Parking and Traffic Commission for a second time, and we actually, I'm pleased to report that we received a recommendation earlier today from the Parking and Traffic Commission, and Matt Keeley, who's here from VHB, will be walking you through the parking and traffic presentation, as well as sort of the supplemental parking strategy that the applicant proposed earlier today, that was vetted by the Parking and Traffic Commission and received quite favorably. So just to recap, this is an over 55 project. That means that at least one member of the household has to be age 55 or over. 80% of the units, of the 160 units, have to be occupied by an over 55 individual, and 80% of the units are restricted as up to 80% AMI households, so that 80% of these units, excuse me, 20%. 15%, I'm sorry, it's been a long day. It started very early, and I can't read this for the life of me. So 15% of those units are going to be restricted for families with the 80% AMI income, and I'm struggling to remember that exact number, but it is 15%. We reviewed with you a little bit last time that even though this is over 55, and that sort of originated from fair housing laws and from HUD regulations back in the 1970s, hence the name subsidized elderly housing, the average retirement age is about 62, and the average age of residents in these projects tends to be closer to 72 to 73. Once the project stabilizes and folks have been there for a while. You can go on to the next one, Darlene. Okay, I think that with that, it's probably a good time to transition over to Matt to go through, as you will recall, last time we went through the full design presentation for the project, as well as the civil engineering and the landscape presentations, and we specifically reserved for this evening a full parking and traffic. So we have Matt Keeley here from VHB, and we also have the rest of the team who presented last time here as well for additional questions and answers.
Does this advance anything, or is this just?
It does not advance, but it's a pointer if you need it.
Okay.
I advance.
Okay, great. Again, for the record, my name is Matt Keeley, a traffic engineer with VHB. As Miranda mentioned, we were at the Parking and Traffic Commission this morning and got a recommendation. In light of that, I'm basically taking two presentations and kind of meshing them together to just make sure I hit the high notes without going super long. So I'm just going to go through those slides and trying to just hit those high notes for you. So if we could just advance past that site plan. So just by way of sort of an executive summary of our overall traffic study. The traffic study for the project was submitted in July of this year. The scope of the study was outlined in coordination with the city and with MEPA, because we did have to file with MEPA for the project. One of the key points of the traffic study, and I'll get into the numbers on the next slide, is that the project generates significantly lower trip generation than the by right office industrial uses. Overall, the study concludes that the existing infrastructure can support the new trips without adversely impacting the neighborhood. As part of the project, we're proposing transportation demand management program, which I'll get into in later slides. And one of the things that we want to continue to work with the city and the neighbors on is to implement some traffic calming measures along Dunham Road. Next slide, please. So like I said, I'm going to be jumping around a little bit with various traffic components here just to sort of get all those high notes in here. So just starting with trip generation, because I think it's one of the key components of the project. As part of our traffic study and previous presentations, we provided a comparison of our projected traffic for the senior housing against the previous proposals on site that were made by Cummings in their previous MEPA filings. And what you see on the left there is the previous filings, which was a mixed-use commercial development of about 150,000 square feet. What you see in the middle is our proposed development, and then the difference on the right. And as you can see, our proposed development is expected to generate about 37 peak hour trips in the morning and about 45 in the evening. So a very low generator of traffic. And as you can see in the comparison, we're about 65 to 70% lower than the previous proposals on site. Next slide, please. The study area for the project, I'm sorry I don't have a map here for you, but just to show you that we looked at all 8 of those intersections, which is consistent with the previous filings for the study. Next slide. As far as existing traffic volumes go, we didn't do new counts. As part of our consultation with the city, we used the volumes associated with the North Shore Crossing traffic monitoring program. And our study periods were in the morning 7 to 9 a.m. and the evening 4 to 6 p.m. As part of any MassDOT or any standard traffic study, we look at a crash history for the study area. So typically you look at the most recent 5 years of data that are available from MassDOT. In this case, it's 2015 to 2019. All of the study area intersections average less than 3 crashes per year, which is sort of a threshold that sort of raises a flag if you have more than that, but all of ours were under that threshold. None of our locations were over the state or district average for crash rate. And we had no HSIP eligible locations, which means Highway Safety Improvement Program, which high crash locations are eligible for federal funds if they raise to that level, but none of our intersections did. Another key component of any study is site distance for your site access. So we do have 2 curb cuts off of Dunham Road, so we wanted to make sure that visibility was okay out of those 2 driveways. That table shows that we measured the site distance and compared it to AASHTO standards, and we met or exceeded those standards at both of those driveways. Next slide, please. Now getting into the parking, this is a lot of stuff that we focused on this morning with the Parking and Traffic Commission. As part of the response to the August 2nd meeting, we prepared a formal memorandum that we submitted last week, which contains some additional data and some additional strategy towards meeting some of those concerns that were raised at the previous meeting. On the left column there, you see the zoning requirements, which are 320 spaces. That's 2 spaces per unit. Those middle 2 columns are generated from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual. And then on the right, you see our proposed parking supply of 213. Sort of the key point in this table is the comparison to the ITE numbers, which the average ITE, the average supply in the ITE is 170 spaces, and the average demand is 120 vehicles for sites similar to this. So you can see from even compared to the ITE data, we are far higher than those data sets there. As part of our memorandum, we wanted to sort of supplement with some additional research. So we looked at the Metropolitan Area Planning Council parking study. It was titled Metro Boston Perfect Fit Parking Initiative Phase 2. That was a large study that collected parking supply and demand data at 189 multifamily residential developments. All in all, is from the greater Boston area, all in all included about 20,000 units. Some of the major findings included that building excess parking leads to more vehicles. And just to provide a quote from that study, parking supply is the single biggest predictor of parking demand. Next slide, please. So in light of the comments we received on August 2nd, we wanted to go back to the drawing board, see if there's any way we could provide additional spaces on site and what opportunities we had elsewhere to accommodate an increased parking supply. Through some slight modifications to the site layout with some landscaping islands, we can provide 4 additional spaces on site. We also have an agreement with Cummings to provide up to 50 additional spaces in the 48 Dunham Ridge garage. We also looked at strategies where we could provide some spaces in reserve, which included converting some parking spaces to compact, as well as looking at parking on Dunham Road and Dunham Ridge Road. So we were initially at a parking ratio of about 1.33. If we take into account the 4 spaces and the 50 shared spaces with Cummings, we would have 54 additional spaces, and that would bring our parking ratio up to 1.67. So if you could zoom out just a tiny bit, thank you. So this is just a plan that shows how we could accommodate some additional spaces on site, as well as the potential for on-street parking. I know there was a lot of discussion this morning about whether or not it was desirable to have spaces on Dunham or Dunham Ridge. So this plan is basically just to show where those different opportunities are to provide more parking. Next slide, please. I think we'll go one more slide up. That's a little bit zoomed. Yeah, that'd be great. So what you see there in yellow are the on-site sidewalk networks, and the orange is the sidewalks along Dunham Ridge and Dunham Road. What you see in black is where we would propose a crosswalk across Dunham Ridge, as well as new sidewalk up to the number 48 Dunham Ridge garage. So just to put some of those numbers in context, on the far left there you see a parking ratio of about 0.5 for Vitality Senior Living. On the far right you see the parking ratio of 2.0 spaces, which is the zoning requirement. We also pulled some parking ratios from existing sites at Pine Hills, at the Avenue in Natick, as well as Everly and Hyannis. Those are 1.35 to 1.40, and you can see where we would land at about 1.67. So sort of right in the mix there. So as we talked about earlier, in terms of bicycle and pedestrian connections, we have those sidewalks that are provided on site, as well as on Dunham Road and Dunham Ridge. The proposed sidewalk that would go up to 48 Dunham Ridge Garage would also provide enhanced access to the Norwood Pond trails. Also, one of the things we heard last time was that we wanted to provide some additional bicycle connections. So we would be proposing some shared markings along Dunham Road, or sharrows, as you typically know them, to provide those bicycle accommodations along Dunham Road. Next slide, please. And I mentioned earlier we wanted to provide some supplemental TDM measures. So the proponent has agreed to provide a zip car space on site, as well as designating spaces for rideshare parking spaces at the main entrance, and also committing to participating in the Via Shuttle pilot program in coordination with the city and other stakeholders. And with that, I'll turn it back to Miranda.
Thanks, Matt. We thought it would be helpful just to reiterate some of the benefits of the project, and then we recognize that members of the public will have questions, and members of the board will have questions with respect to parking and traffic in particular. So we, in terms of summarizing sort of the benefits to the community from this project, first of all, we have, I think it's worth noting that subsidized elderly housing is a use that our zoning ordinance favors. It's one of the few uses that is allowed by special permit in almost every zoning district in the city, both residential and commercial and industrial. So this use is certainly consistent with that. As Matt's analysis, and you have the more detailed analysis in your materials, the traffic generated by this project is far less than what might otherwise be generated by the various by right uses in an industrial district, such as office, manufacturing, research and development. We have an opportunity to provide a needed housing supply for individuals from Beverly who are looking to downsize and stay in this community, and this project will provide that. Although we are asking you to approve a reduced parking ratio, and this slide still refers to the original ratio of 1.3, but actually with the shared parking spaces, it's closer to 1.67. We think that that is actually a good thing. We think that this project will be professionally managed. There will be management on staff to regulate parking. There will be concentrated effort to regulate the rentals of these apartments and to allocate parking in a way that makes sense for these individuals and as a condition of their leases. We think that, to sort of echo what the MAPC study says, that, communities are generally over-parking, including for residential projects, and in particular, multifamily. And this special permit request provides the planning board an opportunity to recognize that and to conserve some of the area. Lauren has gone to great lengths to design this project to make sure there is enhanced landscape and natural surroundings. We think that the 50 spaces that have been allocated via a sharing arrangement with Cummings is a really excellent way to give the boards some assurance that there is ample parking without resorting to further disturbance of the site and some of the landscape and wetland resources that are nearby and in the buffer zone. We also would just remind the board that there was another project approved for the Cummings campus in 2016, the Vitality Senior Living Project, which was a traffic generator, not to the extent of this because it was a different use. But we believe that a lot of the traffic that this new project will be presenting is actually a use that's previously been approved by this board. And so we're basically stepping into the shoes of those expired permits. And finally, we think that the project offers a unique opportunity to provide some pedestrian connectivity between Dunham Road and the pond at the end, at the top of the Dunham Ridge campus, which is a good thing for folks who are working in that campus. I believe there might be one more slide, Darlene, but there is.
And this is around affordable housing, passive house, fit well, EV charging, enhanced recycling, composting, and then just some of the financial commitments through permit and impact fees and taxes and some of the economic benefits of the project.
So thank you,
Yes,
Lauren.
just summarize.
Lauren Jesenecki, for the record, the principal for the applicant this evening. So we are hopeful that the board agrees and understands the benefits for this project, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Madam Chair, thank you. A few questions. First of all, I heard the term traffic calming measures, but no real description on that. So could you lend some light on that?
Sure. As part of, we had a neighborhood meeting months and months ago. I don't remember what month it was, but we heard a lot of concerns about speeds on Dunham Road. So we did do some speed studies as part of our site distance analysis. But just that general concern about the curvature of the road and speeds, and we wanted to agree to look into that further, work with the neighbors and the city to come up with some measures that would be acceptable to the city and the neighbors that would slow vehicles down and try to improve safety on Dunham Road.
Okay, so that was months and months ago, but you haven't done that?
No, we haven't. No, we're just starting the permitting now. We haven't gotten into the research of what they might want or what might be appropriate, but that's something they're committing to do.
Okay, so I went there this weekend. I was driving back and forth on the S curves, and I was trying to remember another location in Beverly that had S curves that were windy like that, with limited sight lines and such. To that point, so I missed the point when you were saying the morning new trips were, what did you say, 37? 37 new trips? And how about at night?
It was 45.
It's 45. Seems low to me. And you also said that you didn't do any new traffic counts?
Correct.
so you took traffic counts from,
From the North Shore crossing,
North Shore.
traffic monitoring.
and when were those counts taken?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I could get that from you, but
I mean,
that's what was recommended.
Were they
when we-
within the last couple
Yeah,
of
I think
months?
it's 2021, I believe.
Oh, years, like a year or
2021,
two?
I think.
Okay. Because I'd be curious then to hear what's changed in the Dunham area,
Mm-hmm.
additional activity. We're at a pandemic, North Shore Theater is up and running more. People are out and about more. I'd be curious about fresher statistics, actually. I have a couple questions about the affordable housing and such, but I'll save those. Those are all my traffic-related ones right now.
Wayne?
I was interested too in traffic comps. You were talking about traffic comparisons with other projects that might have gone there. But those numbers were probably pre-COVID numbers also, and when people were commuting more than they are today. So I would also be interested in updated traffic numbers. And another comment is that depending on which of those lots of numbers you were talking about, you're suggesting that you have between 178 and 220% of the parking that you would need. That's what your numbers reflect. So you're
Yeah, I'm not sure
you're,
which
you're
numbers
saying that you have more than twice as much parking as you would require.
No.
You did. The math on your numbers is that you compared 0.5, for instance, parking units versus 1.67. That's a 220% difference.
Well, 0.5 was for vitality. That was just as a reference point.
Was your reference point?
Which is senior living, and we did try to key it to show that that's independent assisted living, so it's very low sort of end of the spectrum. And then there's the 2.0, which is the zoning code, and then we sort of showed some data points as this continuum. So we're not suggesting we could do 0.5. We were just showing, that that's a multifamily use. It's in the senior continuum of, senior living. And obviously, we're much more than that, so, yeah.
You also compared that to I think it was a ISC at 120 versus your 213?
Yeah,
Right,
that-
that's ITE.
ITE.
ITE, sorry.
In the parking generation manual, they provide two different data sets. One is average parking supply and average parking demand. So I'd show that the average parking supply for a similar development would be about 170. The demand was 120.
So you're
Yeah.
comparing that demand of 120 to yours at 213, which
Yeah.
is 178%. So nearly twice as much parking as you're suggesting. You have nearly twice as much parking, 178%.
Compared
As
to what's, compared to
that.
what's shown in ITE, yes.
I'm not commenting on these, I'm just playing them back to you.
Yes.
That's
And-
what you're maintaining.
And I'm not saying we only need 120 spaces, I'm just putting that number in there for reference in terms of industry data.
Just clarifying that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Derek.
A follow-up I forgot to ask, I apologize. So in terms of the added TDM measures, in your memo that is dated September 6th, I saw provide a zip car, if feasible, on site for a 12-month trial post-occupancy. And then I think I saw on the slide saying that you were committed to doing that. So there's a difference, I think, between if feasible and committed. So has the decision been made that, yes, you're doing that?
I mean, it obviously has to be feasible. I mean, there's just different wording in the slide as opposed to the
I
memorandum.
think
but
this
the-
was more like
Yeah.
high-level summary, but the technical memo is really only that we can't force Zipcar to bring a car if they find it feasible. We've had preliminary conversations, and they do think this is a feasible location. And actually, we end up having to sponsor the car. They wouldn't do it on their own. But we're willing to do it again. If 2 years from now it's still the same, that Zipcar will bring a car here, again, happy to subsidize it if needed. So the technical memo is more accurate.
Is more accurate, okay, thank you.
Yep.
I think one of the interesting sections of the traffic report was on page 22. You compared the previously approved project at 40 Dunham Road to this project.
Yeah.
Can you tell folks a little bit about sort of those impacts or those differences of impacts?
Yeah, so the numbers that you see in that comparison table, which is on the first, yeah, it's in the first table. Yeah, a little bit further up, Darlene. Those numbers come from the previous MIPA filings made by Cummings for their latest proposal before we came along. And for that parcel, they were envisioning about 150,000 square feet of office R&D manufacturing type space, just mixed use commercial. That trip generation in the column on the left there is what they had in their study. I thought it was a good comparison just to show, what was part of their project before and how that compares to what we're proposing. And that's where I see that sort of 65 to 70% decrease in the peak hour traffic between our proposal and their previous proposal.
Much better.
I agree.
So I do want to pick up on something real quick because Derek may have questions about this. You'd requested that, what are the numbers for the trip generations? And you'd given the weekday morning numbers at 37.
Yep.
But total weekday are around 250, which from our head, that sounds more realistic, given our experience here.
Yep.
But talk a little bit about weekday morning versus the full day versus weeknight.
Yep.
Can you explain that to people?
Yeah, a lot of people want to know how many trips per day, and we always present that number. That's the number in the top row there. So it's about 540, like you said, about 250 in, 250 out. But when it comes to us analyzing impacts, peak hour is what we focus on because that's what you drive in. I mean, you sit in a peak hour traffic queue at a traffic signal. So you observe and you feel those numbers, that 37 and the 45 are what you drive in. So that's why we focus on that. That's what our capacity analysis is based on.
And the hours of the day you had said is 7 to 9
Yep.
and 4 to 6.
Yeah, so that 37 is the
9.
busiest hour between 7 and 9, and the 45 is the busiest hour between 4 and 6. A 60-minute volume.
If anybody's ever taken their kid to school at North Beverly Elementary at 7:30, you felt that 37 cars.
Wayne?
Just following up on that, is there any queue lengths that were involved in that?
In terms of, we do report vehicle queues for signalized intersections in our traffic study. But
I guess coming out of the site onto, somebody tell me the name of the street, Brimble.
Brimble.
coming out of the site onto Brimble, so the queue on Dunham.
Yeah,
At Brimble?
exiting, I guess, to Brimble would be.
Yeah, I mean, those numbers are in our traffic study. That's an unsignalized location. We typically evaluate queues at signalized intersections. So I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but they're in the study.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware that one of the things I handed out at the beginning of the meeting was a draft list of the conditions that the Parking and Traffic Commission voted on today. I don't have the final letter put together, but I did, and it needs to be reviewed by the chair, but those are generally and fairly closely the language of the conditions that they included in their recommendation on the back of the page after reviewing the project for 2 meetings.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Healy, can you itemize how the ratio went from 1.33 up to 1.67?
Mm-hmm.
I know you did, but
Yep, yeah, so we had, our initial proposal was 213 parking spaces. We had the 4 spaces that we got from removing some landscape islands, and then the 50 supplemental spaces in the Dunham garage brings us up to 267. So 267 divided by 160 units.
so that 1.67 ratio doesn't include the parking on Dunham Road?
No. We said that would be something we could consider reserve and build in the future if needed.
So the Parking and Traffic Commission asked us to come back at 80% occupancy to revisit the supply-demand of parking, at which point then we could evaluate if those additional, I think we had another 25 spots that were, like we called them, land banked, but sort of set aside for future improvement if needed.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So the Parking and Traffic Commission this morning, as we proposed this parking strategy, asked us to come back at 80% occupancy, you know, maybe a year after the building opens, and reevaluate with them, so, you know, going back to parking and traffic, presumably, and mapping out how the parking utilization had gone in the prior year, how demand had gone. We had committed this morning, and Miranda has explained, it's a privately managed building, and so as part of the LISA process, there'll be a governor on the demand. So 1-bedroom units get 1 space, 2 bedrooms get 2 spaces, and then as that lease up happens, the second space could become more expensive to de-incentivize people to bring a second car. We have the 50 spaces up the street if someone is commuting and, you know, wants to park there nights and weekends. And so, but with all of that said, the Parking and Traffic Commission felt it'd be helpful to come back again about a year after we open and just reevaluate everything. If at that point we are underparked, we had set aside, you know, 25 spots that could at that point be basically like built in. Right now it's landscaping, it's green space, but if the parking was found to be insufficient, we could then pave over and stripe in another 25 spots.
Within the site, not on Dunham Road?
Within the site entirely. Well, some of them are on Dunham Bridge, and then there's like another smaller lot that's in our parking lot, basically, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I had another question and I lost it. Mr. Healy, I don't want to get into data massaging with you, but I'm curious as to, with all of these, the ITE study, and I think there was another analysis, the Metro Parking 189 multifamily 20,000 units. Are they making adjustments for locations? In other words, I would think it would be a lot easier to park, a lot easier not to have a vehicle if I'm in Medford, if I'm in Malden. If I'm at Dunham Ridge and I want to go anywhere, I need a car. So, again, I'm just wondering if there's things like locational differences. I note that at the subject property, 80% of the units are restricted to over 55, meaning that 20% aren't, and that's 32 units. Is that something that tends to happen with these other facilities that make up the data set?
So the data set, those 189 studies, those are just multifamily, those aren't 55 and over. And there are tons and tons of numbers in that study. We didn't want to get into that because, like you said, and it was a good point, they are from Greater Boston. There are certainly communities that have much better access to transit. So we didn't really want to try and make any sort of apples to apples comparisons
Right.
with that study. But we did want to pull out the key point of that study was that when you build more parking, they found people bring more cars to the sites.
Okay.
Could I add a clarification? Just from what I understand of the study too, they did separate transit proximate projects and suburban projects to some
Okay.
extent, and
Yeah.
study them differently.
And they still found that if you build more parking, people are more likely to bring more cars. It's like the supply correlates directly to the demand.
Yeah, that's the key takeaway we wanted to put in without getting into numbers, just that general point.
And like Mr. Beckwith, I had questions on the use of the North Shore counts, and I'm sorry, you used current traffic monitoring in 2020 and 2021?
Yes, I don't have the date off the top of my head, but I believe it was 2021, and that was done by Ron Mueller Associates, I believe, for the traffic monitoring program. And that's something we discussed with the city in terms of what data should be used for the basis of our study.
So those would have been actual figures and not taking into account any projected development happening at Dunham?
No, that would be our existing base. And then as part of any MassDOT traffic study to comply with their guidelines, we need to go 7 years out, add a background traffic growth rate on top of that, and then consult with the city and MassDOT to see if there are any other development projects or roadway improvement projects that we need to incorporate. So we have our existing base that we took from the North Shore Crossing study. We have a 7 years out of 2029 no build, which incorporates a growth rate as well as other development projects and roadway improvement projects. And then we have our 2029 build, which adds our 37 and 45 trips on top of that.
Okay, thank you. And the comparison to the Vitality project, is it fair to say that those numbers differ because the Vitality was going to be more of an assisted living,
Yep,
and this is more independent?
Correct. It's an active adult versus more assisted independent living.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we could just review what Parking and Traffic had recommended. The first recommendation is the shared parking agreement with Dunham Ridge LLC for 50 parking spaces on nights and weekends. So those are 50 parking spots in the garage that will be made available just on nights and weekends, right?
Correct.
Okay. 4 additional parking spaces shall be added to the site, and I think you've talked about that, I think, a couple times, so that seems pretty straightforward. Reserved parking spaces, if needed, will require review by Parking and Traffic Commission and the Planning Board as a modification to the site plan and special permit prior to any construction of any reserved parking spaces. Additionally, the head-in parking proposed on Dunham Road shall not be constructed, but those parking spaces will be provided elsewhere as needed. Can you comment on that, please?
Certainly, it's probably worth going to, it's like, I don't know, maybe 20 slides in. There's a diagram that has some spaces marked out in different colors. That one, yeah, perfect. So the spaces, I'm just going to get up. These purple ones were the ones that the Parking and Traffic Commission felt were not viable. So we had proposed 10 here and 10 here as sort of like our 20 additional land bank spaces. What we ended up, what the Parking and Traffic Commission said is we just don't think that's a viable option. Dunham Road is busier, so let's consider these. And then we had said, well, where could we relocate those? This is just today, during the course of today. We thought maybe there's a small lot that could be built, again, all on our property. This is currently a rain garden and some walking paths, but maybe that's a 15-space lot, and this is 10 spaces on Dunham Ridge Road. Again, the commission was not concerned with these. So that's what we would propose to come back to the Parking and Traffic Commission and Planning Board at 80% occupancy, just to, again, see if that's a necessary change. And same with these, we would, these are all standard spaces right now, and we would contemplate converting some of those to compact, and that gets you another 2 spots. So it's 2, 15, and 10 that we could add a year after occupancy if needed.
So we have a total of 267 spaces, correct?
Correct.
You have 78 one-bedrooms or one-bedroom pluses. Let's just say they get a 1-to-1 ratio, right? Then you have an additional 82 units that are going to split 189 parking spaces. So those units are at over a 2%, or sorry, about a 2.3 ratio per unit for those 2 bedrooms and the three bedrooms that you have.
Yeah, there's only 3, yeah.
So when it comes to the 2 bedrooms plus, you have over a 2.0 ratio.
Yep, no, it's a good way of looking at it, yep.
And you talk about the 1.67 ratio, but it's part-time 1.67.
So, no,
right.
only like 0.3 is part-time,
Yeah, the 1.33 is what's on site.
full-time.
And then
That's right.
the
exclusive.
supplemental spaces is what gets you up to the
Yeah.
1.67.
Yep.
It gets you up to 1.67, but that's sort of a part of the time, nights and weekends. Right,
Yep.
okay. I had a question about the total traffic trips on the road. And I know that, everyone seems happy with 504 or whatever, right? But, I think about where I live. I live on Hale Street, and Hale Street, is not an unbusy street. And if I had 500 additional traffic trips going in front of me over the course of the day, every day, that's a lot.
So the number is
And-
250, the 500 was from the original proposed project.
That it was 200 in, 200 out.
Correct.
250 in and 250 out. So 250 going one direction, 250 going the
Okay,
other.
so maybe not trip, it's,
Yeah.
500 times this big chunk of metal is going in front, or more plastic nowadays, but,
But if I could just take those numbers and break them down into peak hour impacts. If we look at numbers of 37 and 45, those are less than one trip per minute. So if you were to sit on the side of the road and watch traffic for a minute, you would see less than one additional vehicle. So that's just to put it in context of what you can sort of see and feel, as opposed to spreading out 500 over the course of the day. I like to bring it back to peak hour traffic, just so you can see, okay, I'll stare at traffic for 1 minute, and you would see less than one vehicle on top of what you're normally used to.
I sort of understand that, but I think that's, it's a good scientific way to look at it. I think if you own a house on the road, and you have another car coming by, 500 times, it's going to be a lot. The other thing is, I just think, I'd be curious in a deeper dive into the traffic accident situation on that road, because it is narrow and it's windy. More than just it's rated at 3 or whatever. I think some actual numbers would be good.
Yep, all the actual numbers are in the study. So we have a table summarizing the crash history for each intersection. And like we said, we are interested in participating in traffic calming measures with the neighbors in the city to improve that safety even further.
Wayne?
I'm not a traffic researcher, but I would think that the demographics here might suggest that the 500 trips would be spread out over an 8 or 10 hour period. I don't think you'll have a compression of going to work and coming home from work that you might have in some other demographics. So that 500 may be spread out more, possibly, which would then bring you to roughly 1 per minute. Just throwing it out there.
That's fair.
Are the traffic counts done over 24 hours when we're talking about those additional trips?
When you say traffic counts,
forgive me, I'm sorry. Not the traffic counts. You were talking about 250 in, 250 out. Is that over a 12-hour period, 15-hour period, or a 24?
That's 24.
Okay.
I can't see at night to drive, so, it's 8 or 10 hours.
I just want to finish up with the recommendations of the Parking and Traffic Commission. Number 4, the transportation demand management measures proposed in the original application and the September 6, 2022 supplemental traffic memorandum shall be implemented by the developer and in coordination with the City of Beverly as applicable. The applicant shall demonstrate that all TDM strategies are in effect prior to the certificate of occupancy is issued by the Beverly Municipal Inspections Department to the extent feasible. You okay with that? Number 5, pedestrian connections and improvements shall be made, including handicapped ramps along Dunham Road from the project site to at least College Road, only where the improvements can be made in the public way. The applicant shall work with the City of Beverly Department of Public Services to identify the public way and the extent of improvements necessary. Could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, it's probably helpful to go to the aerial. Darlene, I think it's like one of the first, yeah. So the site itself, we've already talked about putting sidewalks all the way around it. And so really the only, and then there's existing sidewalks here in front of the commercial building, here along Dunham Road, and there are existing sidewalks going through the neighborhood here, and then actually all the way up to the train station and down to Whole Foods. So we had talked with the Parking and Traffic Commission about just ensuring that there were handicap ramps at these driveways, assuming it's on public lands. It's harder to do if this is a private sidewalk and to go and, put handicap ramps on private property. But if it is, we're happy to work with the city and add handicap ramps to get residents from our site over to College road.
College Lane, actually.
Lane.
The last one is number 6, the applicant shall provide a follow-up review of traffic and parking operations when the building reaches 80% occupancy for the commission's review, meaning Parking and Traffic Commission's review for discussion purposes.
I just wanted to clarify that I conceive this as different than the reserve parking in that.
Okay, that's what I was
You
gonna
could
ask.
come in for the reserve, it would be a good time to evaluate the reserve parking, but you could come in before for the reserve parking or later, potentially.
Got it.
Yeah, so I'd seen those as two different conditions.
Got it.
But certainly it could all be done at one time, if that makes sense.
That's helpful.
Well, let me ask you, if it's not specified to be done no later than 80%, does that present a problem? Because it could be put off indefinitely. Not that I think you would, but,
I mean, I think, so I'm thinking about the last time we had a reserve parking and for the Whole Foods project that, and they put it in immediately before they even opened. And that, so I guess, yeah, I mean, we could include it in number 6 as well, that, you know, it's discussed at that point.
I can't
Or the board
imagine
could
that it
modify,
wouldn't
or the
come
board
up.
could modify the condition if they wanted something more specific related to a
Okay.
timeline.
Wayne?
Two things. One, I just wanted to ask if the reserve, or otherwise, is there any permeable surface planned for the reserve parking or any of the parking?
It's all permeable now, and if we move it to be parking, it wouldn't. But at the moment, it's proposed to be like a rain garden and other permeable
That's
surfaces.
the reserve area,
The reserve area, yes.
not the rest of the parking.
No, gosh, no, sorry. The rest of all the surface is impermeable, all the surface parking.
We have porous pavers in, at the two main entrances to the building, and also to the portion of the community space, the patio space in the courtyard that's not over the parking garage.
Did you just give your name for the record?
Chris Novak, I'm a civil engineer with VHB.
And secondly, I had someone trying to contact the custodian for the building to cool it off, and he was unable to reach them.
Okay,
The
thank
effort
you.
was made.
Thanks for trying, I appreciate it. Anything else?
Just one more
Sure.
question. Obviously, when it comes to traffic, you all look at the project itself, but the community members, they want to talk about, well, it's not just your project, it's other projects, and so you all have done a great job of bringing all future projects into your analysis. Page 25, figure 8, has the 2029 build conditions. Is that the full build conditions as it relates to the various projects coming online and what the impacts will be?
Yeah, and our project.
Turn on your
Oh,
mic.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. If you said it was build,
Yeah, so it says figure 8, 2029 build conditions.
Yes.
Is that the build conditions with, and the impact that,
7 years of growth, other projects
Right.
plus our project. So that's the full build condition.
so looking at figure 8 and then looking at the no build, figure 6, I'm looking at Brimble Ave, and it has no build conditions, it said 640, and then the future build conditions in figure 8, it says 600. So I'm trying to understand that figure. Is the number I'm looking, what is the number I'm looking at? Because it went down. So from a no build to
Yeah.
a full build with all these various projects coming online, obviously it doesn't go down. So
Right.
is
No,
that
I'd
just a
have to take
typo or something, or?
No, I don't have the number that you're looking at in front of me, but yeah, it should generally be higher in the build than the no build.
Okay, yeah.
Unless there's some diversion of traffic related to another project or something like that.
Okay, all right, so That's, just want to know that. What is that future build, right? What is the weekday, peak hour conditions that people are looking at when all these projects come online? It's just something that we want to understand. I think it's figure 6 is the 2029 no build conditions weekday. Weekday morning peak hour, so it's figure 5, and
Yep.
then figure 8 is the weekday morning build conditions, and they say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, not all movements get additional traffic.
No.
So there's certain movements that don't have new trips because the new people aren't going to be making that move. So not all movements increase between no build and build. Just typically like those commuter routes, people heading to and from the highway.
So that right there is something to explain to folks, because I'll say, what are you talking about? Are you going to tell me that 6 new projects coming online is not going to add anybody new?
Yeah.
So you just want to explain that and sort of show that, sort of
Yeah.
where those people are taking their trips, where they're hitting the
Yep.
highway versus where they're not, so that we can understand that
Yep.
true impact versus what we perceive is the impact.
Right, so if you go to figure 7, would figure 7 be our trip distribution figure?
Yep.
So that shows where people are going to and coming from. So those percentages, we take that 37 cars and those 45 cars and apply those percentages. Those are the routes that people take when they leave the site and the routes they take coming home. So that's how the new traffic is distributed on top of the no build to get the build numbers.
Okay.
So only those movements where you see percentages are the movements that will increase between no build and build.
All right, got it.
Wayne?
Don't think we had any discussion about the potentially funding a via shuttle service pilot program. Did I miss that?
The team mentioned it, yes, spoke about it.
So we it came up at Parking and Traffic in August, and there was an idea of could we just sort of explore a VIA shuttle pilot. So VIA is already operating in Salem, but they've been, I think, Darlene, you had mentioned that the planning department, but not just Beverly, like Danvers and Salem again, and I forget all the towns. But anyway, 5 different towns on the North Shore are trying to do a pilot. And we had committed to, one, contributing on behalf of this project, but then also trying to, sort of work with potentially the Cummings Properties team and other business owners and developers to help fund that shuttle. It's still very open, and so we're just emailing with Darlene about it this week, maybe last week actually. But anyways, this idea of trying to work together with the city and businesses and developers to help fund it.
Okay, it's pretty clear to me that with the questions asked this evening, that we all are going to be meeting again probably on October 4th. That being said, this is a public hearing, and I want to at least give the public an opportunity to be heard on some of this parking and traffic. So I'm going to, right now, ask board if you have any other questions on parking and traffic to hold your questions. I want to open it up to members of the public who wish to be heard on parking and traffic. And if they do, if they could step forward, and when you speak, give us your name and address, and you can make your comments. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to be heard?
I will check out, while we're doing that, can I just make a minor point? That Rodney was absent at the last meeting, and he certified that he reviewed all the information.
Okay.
I forgot to do that.
Great,
And,
thank you.
And George, since George was just appointed, is
Yep.
not eligible to participate
Okay,
in this hearing. So
that's great.
we do have somebody online.
Okay, why don't we have, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Barbara Salerno. I live at 16 Dunham Road in Beverly. I live on the street that we're speaking of, and I attended the last meeting. And I first want to thank this board for asking very thoughtful questions. This is my first time experiencing all of this, and of all of the meetings I've gone to, I do feel that this board really is asking very good questions, and I just appreciate it versus just taking it, for what it is. They were asking deeper questions. I was at the traffic meeting this morning, and I have concerns. Obviously, the traffic is not even close to what they're saying. I've been living here since 2002. The North Shore Music Theater is, I feel like I'm echoing. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound very good on our end.
Okay, thank you. The North Shore Music Theater is more than 500 cars within itself, and that happens almost on a daily basis. It only is not in session full-time January, February, March. Outside of that, we have the Stronzi Brothers and Iron Tree with big trucks going in front of my house, which wasn't happening until Iron Tree was developed. And then the Cumming Center came along during COVID with 1,500 parking spots. That is not even close to filled yet. And, there was some discussion about well, people are working remotely. Well, they were built because that's the amount of office space they have there with the intention of filling it. And so there's 1,500 parking spaces that are not accounted for in this traffic study because the Cumming Center is not full yet. I can tell you personally, there are so many cars just sitting in front of my house every day, all the time. Specifically in the morning, people are talking about going to North Beverly. People are coming to work up the street. And also, when people get out of work at 3:30, those are like the heaviest times. And then, of course, at night, later on, and then the theater. But it's all day. It's all day. I'm telling you, I live here. It's all the time. And this morning, I was led to believe that this was more of a recent study, but now I'm confused with when it was actually done. It was done once. And then I live on that corner. I appreciate the gentleman speaking to the narrowness of the street in that corner, because I've had the mayor come out here to talk about that corner because it's extremely dangerous as it is. And now there's even more cars coming out. I also want to speak that this morning, the developers talked about the extra spaces that Cummings was allowing them to use. And they didn't mention this in the beginning until they were asked more questions this evening, but they're just during night and weekends. So where do the cars go in the daytime if they don't work? I mean, there's all these little details that aren't really being magnified. It's like, oh, okay, so you've got these extra spots, but you really don't. Because are people just supposed to move and then go into the neighborhoods to park? Because where are they supposed to go in the daytime? The other thing is there are no sidewalks for most of the road. My house does not have a sidewalk. There is a sidewalk when you first pull in to the street from Brimble, and there are no sidewalks for quite some time. So people cannot walk on this road. They walk on my grass, and I allow it because they will be hit by a car if they're not. And there is very little land from my house to the street. So there's no way a sidewalk could even be built. They'd be in my front door. I just have concerns that if the rule or the law in Beverly is to have 2 parking spots, why are we allowing it to be less and doing all this little makeshift? We can do this and we can do this, but we can't do this. It doesn't make sense to me if that's what they're supposed to have. And I also worry, and we talked about this in the last meeting, where if they didn't mention it today, but the developers have mentioned this in past meetings and this morning, if the average age is 72, we have more people coming for home health aides. We have more people coming for speech and language or whatever services these people may need. Where are they going to park? Where are their friends going to park? Because people are going to want people to come to the house. Where are they going to park? It's going to be constant traffic with 160 units. At the minimum, that's 160 people. It's going to be double that. I'm 53 years old. I have 2 teenagers. If this is 55 and up, my kids are still teenagers when I'm 55. There's going to be a lot more traffic. So I think I'm just about done, but let me just make sure. I'm worried about the sidewalks. The 72-year-old people are not going to be walking to Whole Foods to get their groceries. People are driving. So the idea that they're not going to have cars is not true. And then the other thing, this whole traffic calming measures, it's another just quote I keep hearing. We're willing to talk about traffic calming measures. Okay, what? Speed bumps? What are you thinking of doing? Because I'm really frustrated that I keep going to these meetings and I'm hearing the developer and the lawyers only speak to certain things at certain meetings because they know how to manipulate this whole thing. And I'm listening to all of it, and it affects me personally and my family. I can't even park I can't even back out of my driveway because I teach my new driver, son, to put the hazards on, go real slow, because the way they come around that corner is it's really bad. It's not light traffic right now. It's significant, and Cummings isn't even full. So I just want to thank you also, because I also want to say that this team, this group that I'm sitting in front of, again, this is all new to me, but you've allowed me to speak and you've allowed me to say what I need to, and you've asked really good questions, and I just appreciate it. But I need to say, when Whole Foods was built, you made sure the traffic patterns were okay before we allowed for any of this. This is not safe for any police, fire, anyone to get up in our road. It's already jam-packed. It was jam-packed without the Cummings Center. And now how is it logically not? It's crazy. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darlene, do you have anybody else?
I do not see any other. I do not see any other hands raised.
There are two other people on the call. I'm not sure if they want to speak, but they are neighbors on Brimble Hills and Brimble Road.
Yeah, if they wanted to speak, they could raise their hand or unmute themselves.
I can speak too.
Please.
So, thank you very much for having me. My name is Kathleen Feldman. I'm the Ward 5 City Councilor. This is part of Ward 5, and I am very familiar with the concerns of the area and the long-term plans for the city in terms of the traffic and issues that we've been facing in this area for decades now. I want to start by saying, too, that I can truly appreciate this project specifically. I know there's a huge need for housing in Beverly and subsidized housing and elderly housing, so I am absolutely in support of housing. However, in this specific area, at the moment, it is impossible for me to, in good faith, support more cars on this road prior to having a firm commitment and plans in place for a Phase 2 overpass and a reconfiguration of the Dunham and Brimble intersection. And this has been something that has been promised to this constituent group in this neighborhood for decades now. And the traffic studies that have gone on prior to this have not accounted for, in the last 10 years, the building up of Dunham Ridge. And I understand this is an industrially zoned area and this is by right, and that is all good and well. But this road, in its single lane nature, is barely wide enough for two cars at some points. It's 128 on one side, it's people's lawns on the other side, and their doors with no sidewalk. And we need to any more development is putting the cart before the horse. And this is absolutely one of those projects that it's very frustrating from my point of view, because the infrastructure has not kept up with, this should be a gold star project. This should be something that we can do as a city. But because we do not have that overpass to come into the backside off of 128 to give this neighborhood relief, it's really hard for me to safely say that I can support this. So it pains me to say that, because I know the need for this housing is so great in Beverly. So I just wanted to express that this is not about this project. It's not about the area not being in support or understanding the needs for more housing. It's really a safety and infrastructure planning issue that is at the heart of the matter when it comes down to this particular project, or any. I can't support really any project that's putting more cars on the road back there in the state that it's in now. I can't walk back there. I run back there just to test it out sometimes, and it's not safe. It's just not, it's not safe to have more cars zipping around in and out of there yet. I say that. I really, really need a commitment from the city and the state for that phase 2 for the overpass, because it would make everyone's lives better in Beverly. So that's my pitch. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor, appreciate it. Anyone else in the public who wishes to be heard? Okay, with,
Hey, sorry, Kathy Burek here. I'll be very brief. 6 Brimble Hills Drive. I just want to say I'm fully in support of what our city councilor said and Barbara Salerno's remarks. I would only add the perspective of Dunham Road leading into Brimble Ave, and what happens there impacts all of us up and down that stretch of Brimble, particularly from that point going north. So thank you all.
thank you. For the last time, anyone else who wishes to be heard from the public? Okay, I'd welcome a motion to continue this hearing to our, oh, I'm sorry, forgive
Madam
me.
Chair, I'm sorry.
My apologies.
I want to be mindful of the time, but I have one remark and then some questions about what you'd like the team to come back with next time. I just want to understand that clearly. And the one remark is this. I have tremendous respect for these neighbors and for Councilor Feldman and the way that they have conducted themselves through these hearings and the comments that they have given. I understand that these issues are very real to them, and I think that Mr. Beckwith put it nicely, that if you're in your house and you're watching these cars go by, it all feels different. And I don't want to minimize that. That is there. And I think that this project still makes sense. I want to make sure that the board is aware that we spent probably 2 hours discussing this project in the second meeting of Parking and Traffic this morning. And the chairman, Rich Benevento, we discussed at length the dilemma of folks on Dunham Road and the sort of constant promise of a Phase 2 overpass and what that means. And I know members of this board have heard this for many projects. And there are 2 observations. Number one, on the Brimble Ave side of the equation, where Dunham Road meets Brimble, the city just was awarded $1 million from the state to finance the construction and completion of the design for a roundabout to assist with the traffic congestion that happens at the intersection of Dunham Road and Brimble Ave. So that is something that I think the city has, partially in response to this project and other projects, the city has advanced that. And I think that that's a good thing. I think with respect to the Phase 2 overpass, Mr. Benevento said this morning that, he's been working on that project, or remembers sitting on committees for that project in the mid-1990s. We've all heard about it for a very long time. The reality is, however, that project requires considerable funding, considerable state support, and it is going to be a long process. And I know Darlene has been working, has been in meetings with the mayor, with Mike Collins, with Councilor Feldman, and with neighbors, trying to advance the ball on that. But it's going to be a long time. And I think that it's not realistic to think that between now and when Phase 2 is built, that 40 Dunham Road is not going to be constructed. And it might not be my client, but that property is owned by Cummings Properties, and you can bet your bottom dollar that property is going to be developed, and it will be developed by right. And that's not said to, I hesitate to use those words because they are received sometimes by neighbors as a threat or something that's not fair. And it's not meant that way. I sympathize with the decision you have here, but I think that's an important fact, that it's not realistic to think that this board, unless zoning is, drastically changed, is going to be able to put a stop to future development of this site or the campus. So I would leave you with those remarks, and I'm mostly emphasizing that there was a very long discussion about this in Parking and Traffic, and they, conducted a very thorough review of both the traffic report and the proposed parking mitigation that we went through today. So we were very pleased to have their recommendation. And we look forward to another discussion with the planning board, but we'd like to make sure we're answering your questions. And I don't have a clear list of what folks are looking for next time.
Well, first, let me thank you for your comments. Speaking for the board, I say we appreciate them. It's a dilemma for us, because it's a dilemma not only in North Beverly and that area, but in other sections of town as well. It becomes a question of quality of life, frankly. And I think probably on Dunham Road, it's probably felt there more strongly than maybe in any other section of the city. I am not a fan, and I think you know this, Ms. Samasco, forgive me, of that by right sort of plan. But in this case, I think you're spot on, that when you compare what your plan generates in terms of traffic versus what could be built by right, and that is a reality that we have to consider, it looks like it's considerably less. So I think that is a consideration in this case that has to be taken into account. But I also heard Councilor Feldman and I heard Ms. Salerno, and they make very heartfelt and just very heartfelt pleas. And for me personally, it's a huge dilemma, because I think you're absolutely right. That area will be developed. I don't necessarily think it ought to be developed given the traffic issues, but you're right, it will be developed one way or the other. And I think the question is how to best manage it, and that's, I think, the dilemma that we all face. So I'll stop there. One of the stats I would like to see is, you just talked about the construction for a roundabout, and I'm wondering if you might have statistics as to how the roundabout might help traffic queues and things like that.
That's in our study.
I beg your pardon?
That's in our traffic study.
I'm sorry, I must have overlooked it, forgive me.
It's in the no build and the build conditions.
Okay.
You should probably clarify, VHB is the traffic engineer for the city on behalf of the roundabout, and so VHB had the benefit of some of those early plans and just the ability to incorporate it as part of the future.
Yep.
Okay.
And based on information provided by the mayor in terms of when that could actually realistically happen, like I said earlier, our no build and build are 7 years out, so we obviously considered that to be a more short-term project, so that we incorporated that roundabout into our future conditions analysis.
Okay, thank you. Derek and Rodney, did you have information that you wanted Attorney Samasco and the team to address?
One question comes back to the traffic counts and when they were done. I apologize, I don't have the full report up in front of me. to look at it, but I'll want to revisit the actual traffic counts for Dunham Road, and not just the projected addition of 37, 24, 500 a day, that sort of thing, but to see what that status of that is.
May I just address that for a moment? And I do want to make sure that the board is aware, I know Parking and Traffic is aware, that before this traffic study was completed, there was a scoping session with VHB, with Planning Department, and I believe with Mr. Benevento. Did he attend that scoping session? So I recall, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall there was a good amount of discussion about which counts to use and whether folks felt comfortable that the North Shore counts were accurate. And I believe, obviously the conclusion was that they were acceptable at that time to Mr. Benevento and to the Planning Department because we worked out the scope with them. So I just want to make sure you know that it wasn't the applicant going and cherry picking data. It was a lengthy discussion about which data to produce and its accuracy.
And just to clarify, I just looked it up on the study. It's October 2021. And part of the reason we went with those existing counts is because the last version of Cummings' traffic study had already analyzed the roadway network with the more intense project for 40 Dunham. So we were essentially taking a step back, doing the same analysis with the lower traffic generator.
Could I just have could you clarify, there was it's my understanding there was a COVID multiplier included in that traffic study.
They did address COVID adjustments as part of their monitoring program. Yep.
And if we could spend a little bit of time at the next meeting looking at that future full build and talking about destinations and things of that nature, that'd be good.
Let me just get to Wayne first. Wayne?
Yeah, just, I was looking at the numbers. I haven't really had a chance to study the traffic numbers that much, but I would like to know how many cars are currently driving by Ms. Salerno's house at 16 Dunham and what that would look like with the build scenario. I wasn't aware that the roundabout is going to happen over there. I don't know what the status of that is, so somebody please tell me. And just two other thoughts, really. One is that there are above-ground utility poles, I think, along the entire length of Dunham, which complicate matters there. It's a narrow road, and there are poles very close to the road. I don't suggest for a minute that you could possibly afford to put them underground, but it is a complicating factor there in a narrow road. And lastly, I think possibly it was Ms. Salerno who mentioned that we had, when we were doing the Whole Foods project, there was a traffic simulation that was done that I think was very helpful in trying to visualize what the build scenario would look like. So that might be something that you consider doing. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Derek?
And then I'd love to hear a deeper explanation of traffic calming measures. And the other piece of that would be what traffic impacts there are, or safety impacts there are on narrow roads with sharrows as well.
Can I ask, has there been, well, I assume there has been, but a conversation around phasing this development?
No.
No?
It's one big building, and so just to do it efficiently, you really got to do it as one piece of construction. There might be slight phasing, maybe one wing gets occupied a month or two before the others, but I don't think you could break it into two pieces, really.
That's really because you have one big building. Have you had a conversation internally about what if you didn't do a big building? What if you did some sort of phased project
Oh, I
over
see.
time just to allow the impact to be, for one, looked at, let's just say you did 50 units at a time. What's that impact? Do you come, I don't know, I'm just saying,
Yep.
you have 160 units coming online. That's a lot. It's a big development, especially given your neighbors.
Yep.
So it's just,
One thing to consider is, given the nature of these residents, they're moving from single-family homes, they're new to apartments, it's a long lease-up, so this takes 100, I would say, I think 20 months to lease up. It's 8 units a month, so it leases up quite slowly. So we still have, several months before construction starts, and then it's 2 years to build it, and then it's another 20 months to lease up, so we're many, many years from an actual full occupied building.
well, that's a good part of your story. I mean, and maybe that's something else that you want to talk to folks about. What's that true impact of folks on the street?
Right. We have shared it in past presentations. It was here, but we were kind of trying to keep it high level. But
Okay.
exactly, it's many years out, 2026, something like that, and 2027. Anyways, but it's a while.
So I'd be curious about a projection on 80% occupancy, since that's a trigger for discussions with the traffic.
When that would be.
Yeah.
Yep, I can tell you that.
A final comment from me, I guess, is that it concerns me that this is the opposite of what we've really espoused here in Beverly, which is transit-oriented development. This is not. And so I keep thinking about how to mitigate that. How do we make it a transit-oriented development? And hence the question about the shuttle service. And also we think about access, and maybe it does involve a second phase we have no control over. But it's not a transit-oriented development site. What I would like to see everywhere is housing provided at the least possible carbon output. And you've done work clearly to make this a green project, but the nature of it is counter to what we have talked about for so long here in Beverly, that transit-oriented development is the least carbon-intensive type development. And we have to find a way to mitigate that.
So we mentioned we're striving for passive house. That in and of itself is aimed at generating 30 to 50% savings in electricity and carbon, as a result, carbon. We are, by not bringing so much parking on site, we have more pervious surfaces, there's less heat island. I mean, there are a lot of environmental aspects to this. Stormwater reuse, rain gardens, rain barrels, striving for Fitwell, which is a healthy building certification. We mentioned the pedestrian connections up to Norwood Pond and out towards Brimble to encourage folks to walk or bike to the train and to Whole Foods. So understanding, it is what it is, we can't move closer to transit. I think we've done from a few different ways trying to maximize connectivity, and then certainly from a sustainability standpoint, passive house is really sort of the gold standard in multifamily energy savings, and again, hope to get there with this one.
It's true, and I'm not here to argue that point, but you, for instance, have not apparently considered or seriously looked at a geothermal project, which is the most efficient way to provide HVAC.
So we did look at it briefly. Nancy Ludwig with Icon had to leave, but we addressed it in our last presentation. It is very cost prohibitive. We're really stretching to even do passive house because of the economics involved in souped up windows and HVAC systems. I think, and we looked at it briefly. It's just very intensive. And I understand, I think the city might have considered it at some point, but so you might have looked into, it's very just capital intensive up front, and we couldn't make it work. So we're doing the best we can in other ways. Solar, again, a high performing envelope and systems, and as much green space as we can.
I guess I bring all of that up in answer to your question about what we would like to see next round. That's what I'd like to see next round.
Well, I think
We
that's,
can't move it to a train station, I don't think, but I would say what we can bring to you next time is more information about the VIA shuttle and how it works, because that's one of the initiatives that Lauren has actually kind of dug into, which could be of use not only to this project, to other projects in the city. And I think that that goes directly to the notion of trying to make the project less car dependent. So we'll bring you back more information about that next time.
okay, I would move to set,
No, we do have a hand up. I don't know if you want, but you're taking public comment or I think it was in response to.
okay, let's do a couple more minutes.
Is it quick, Barbara? Do you
I will be fast. I just had three things. One is, when we say, is it okay if I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. One was, we've heard a lot about, like, is this better than what could be? And I really might be being naive, but a lot of us in the neighborhood have talked about preferring an industrial lot, because that would mean people would be done at night and they'd be gone. It wouldn't be all day, every day, weekends and nights. So I could be being naive, but that's what we have talked about. The other question I had was, I didn't know if Kathleen had more information around about. I thought she did, and I just wondered if she did, if she could speak to it. And then this non-transit oriented development, when they speak a lot about walking and biking, again, I just want to reiterate, it's not possible on Dunham. It's too narrow, no sidewalks, etc. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did I see a hand? Okay.
Just briefly, because Barbara did mention my name. There's no firm plans for that rotary yet at Brimble and Dunham. It's in the works.
Kathleen, can you
Sorry,
speak to the mic?
The, that is coming along, but there's not, I don't have much more to go on other than the fact that we have had meetings about it, the designs are sketched out, we're moving along on that part of it. So that is not to replace any need for the overpass, but it's a separate problem that's a huge problem at that intersection with just the left and the right, and there's like 6 different ins and outs. It's a terrible intersection that we're working on. And the other thing is that as much as I am a huge environmentalist and appreciate transit-oriented development and the need for it, I am not seeing anyone over the age of 55 giving up their cars. I think there is a switch to electric vehicles, which is great, but I think it's unrealistic for us to not plan for the residents of a community like this, not to have cars in New England, and to, even if they have the opportunity to walk and bike, which is wonderful, I don't see that changing anytime, and I think it's naive of us as elected officials in this city to not plan for that reality. I do think that moving towards electric vehicles is a great step in the right direction, but I just want to be realistic about what we can accomplish with certain demographics of people.
I don't disagree. I think the question in my mind is that many units, what is a realistic expectation for the number of cars that would be there?
That's my, I guess, that's why to me, since it's a 55-plus community, there is less in my concerns that it be close to transit, mainly because that is the lowest ridership of public transportation. So I guess that's why I don't see that as a bigger concern, even though I am a huge environmentalist and my kid rides his bike to school every day. And so that's not my reasoning. It's more the demographic that we're looking at. So thanks.
Thank you. Last but by no means least, go ahead.
Thank you.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Tiffany Collins, Broadway in Beverly. I'm actually here for the next hearing, but I'm an occupational therapist in my other life, and the thought of folks in their 70s walking on Dunham over to Whole Foods is terrifying and extremely unsafe. I can picture my mother doing it or trying, and it's horrifying. So please, please don't expect folks to do that.
No,
I can't even, when someone said that, I was horrified, so, thank you.
Thank you.
I wait for the next hearing.
What's that? That's all right. Okay, shall we move to continue this to October 4th?
So moved?
Seconded by Ms. Flannery. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes 6-0, one abstain, which would be our newest member. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, can we take a 5-minute break just to stretch our legs? Do we need to vote on that? Yeah.
Move to recess for 5 minutes.
All in favor? All right, good.
That's really a question for Amber.
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right. Can I get a second on the motion to resume our,
George, second.
George?
Yeah, jumping right in.
Excellent. All right, all in favor? All opposed, motion carries. Okay, for people in the audience, I'm going to ask if you're not interested in our next agenda items, if you could please take your conversations out into the hallway. You should know that we are going to have a presentation on the Southwest Rantoul Gateway project. We anticipate that the presentation will likely take most of the hour, Miranda?
I would anticipate, we're going to keep it. We will be respectful of the time and try to be as efficient as possible, but I think
Okay.
that's fair.
We anticipate having to be out of here by 11 o'clock. So,
They do.
okay. So, and before we move to that hearing, we're just going to quickly take care of two administrative matters. So if you all will jump to your agenda item number 6, which is Planning Board recommendation for peer review, site plan review 154-22, 218, 224 Cabot Street, and 18 Federal Street, Leggett McCall Properties. Darlene, can you comment on this, please?
Sure. We discussed this at the last meeting, but did not take a formal vote. And it was brought to my attention that the planning board, even though it was a parking and traffic recommendation to do the peer review, the planning board actually has the authority to make that request, not the Parking and Traffic Commission, because the planning board is the regulatory body. So likewise, Conservation Commission could also make that request, but that the planning board needs to take a vote in order to, pursuant to Mass General Law 53G, the planning board needs to make the vote on that. So I'm just asking that the planning board could formally take a vote on that request.
Okay. I'd welcome a motion on that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, move that the planning board recommend that a peer review of site plan review number 154-22, 218 to 224 Cabot Street and 18 Federal Street, proposed by Leggett McCall Properties LLC, be conducted for the purposes of traffic and parking.
Okay, I've got a motion by Mr. Beckwith. Is there a second, please? Seconded by Mr. Miller. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And we have been asked to recommend, well, thank you. Peer review for the parking and traffic report on Southwest Rantoul Gateway LLC. Is that correct, Darlene?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that happened today. And although we are going to open the public hearing, I figured if we're voting, we might as well just.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay, so I'd welcome a motion on this one.
Madam Chair, I move that the planning board recommend and authorize the conducting of a peer review for traffic and parking for site plan review number 156-22 for number 21, 22, 26, 28, 28R Cabot Street, 468 Rantoul Street, and portion of 10 Rantoul Street.
I have a motion by Mr. Beckwith. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Let's move to our next, that covers everything you wanted? Okay.
I also didn't give you minutes, so we can.
Okay. Okay, so our next public hearing is site plan review number 156-22 and inclusionary housing number 21, 22, 26, 28, 28R Cabot Street, 468 Rantoul Street, and portion of 10 Rantoul Street, map 1, lot 7980, map 4, lots 160, 161, 162, 163. The applicant to Southwest Rantoul Gateway LLC, and I believe since we are opening the public hearing, I would ask the planning director to read the public notice, please.
All right, notice of public hearing, Beverly Planning Board. Notice is hereby given that in accordance with Section 300-98 of the Beverly Zoning Ordinance, the Beverly Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, September 13th, 2022, during a public meeting that begins at 7 p.m. at Beverly Middle School, 502 Cabot Street, Beverly, Mass., relative to site plan review number 156-22 for a proposed mixed-use development, which includes demolition of the buildings on the parcels and construction of a 5-story, 53-foot building containing 60 apartments, 250 square feet of ground floor office, and 73 parking spaces, both in a garage and in surface parking, with 5 units restricted as affordable for households earning less than 60% of the area median income. The applicant is Southwest Rantoul Gateway LLC, 15 Rantoul Street, Beverly, Mass. 01915. The property is located at 26, 28, and 20R Cabot Street and 4, 6, and 8 Rantoul Street and portion of 10 Rantoul Street in the CC zoning district, and is shown on Assessor's Map 1, lots 79 and 80, Map 4, lots 160, 161, 162, and 163. Application and plans are on file in the Planning Department and available for public review.
Thank you. Attorney Samasco, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members. Miranda Samasco, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Southwest Rantoul Gateway LLC. We have the team here this evening consisting of Chris Copeland, principal of Beverly Crossing. Beverly Crossing and Goldberg Properties are co-venturers on this project. And I believe Andy Goldberg is also in the audience this evening as well. Civil engineering is the Maureen Cameron Group, and Scott Cameron is here to present the civil engineering plans. SV Design is the project architect, and this evening we have Stefano Basso here to present the project design to the team. We also have on the team Greenman Peterson, the traffic consultant, but as previously arranged with the planning director. I'm not going to take this personally. The lights are out. As previously arranged, we are going to limit our presentation this evening to the building and to civil engineer to the extent that there are questions, and postpone our parking and traffic until we have a recommendation from the Parking and Traffic Commission. As you heard this evening, the Parking and Traffic Commission had its initial meeting with the project today, at the conclusion of which they indicated that they would like to engage, thank you, engage a peer review for this project, which, thank you for voting that tonight. That allows us to get that underway so that we can hopefully be reporting back to you quickly with the results of what that was. Procedurally, in addition to parking and traffic, the project has completed review by the Design Review Board and received a favorable recommendation. I'm not, you should have that in your packet, I believe, but I don't remember whether that's been written up yet. You can advance to the next slide if you are able to. So this site, I think it's important to note, is at the base of the intersections of Cabot, Rantoul, and Goat Hill Lane. And it's an amalgamation or a consolidation of multiple lots that are in common ownership. The Goldberg Properties and a family LLC is the owner of all of these lots. And all of them being the lots that are specifically part of the project. So that's 5 lots, 26, 28 rear Cabot Street, 4-6 Rantoul, 8 Rantoul, as well as a piece of 10 Rantoul. In addition, the LLC owns the almost all of the remaining row houses marching up the street and the adjacent apartment buildings, a couple buildings on Goat Hill Lane that back up to the property. So it presented a unique opportunity, and Chris will talk about that further, for a thoughtful project to highlight the gateway to the city. The project is located in the CC zoning district. It's also, a portion of it is located within the Depot overlay parking district. We have 60 apartments that are proposed as part of the project. We will comply with the affordable housing requirement by providing 5 units on site at the lowest level of affordability, so 60% AMI. There will be 3 accessible units provided. The parking requirements, we have the 60 units plus there is one 250 square foot office space, small office space proposed for the ground floor. The parking requirements in total for the commercial and the residential are 73. We will be providing those all on site with a combination of an enclosed parking garage where 43 spaces will be located, and the remaining parking spaces, I believe 29, will be located on the surface parking that actually already exists there. So that's one of the things that's kind of interesting about this project. The project as designed complies with all of the lot area, frontage, setback requirements, so we are not seeking any special permits for this project. The one asterisk to that is that shortly, I believe last night, I was alerted to the fact that the building inspector and planning director have some questions about the extent to which the site is located in the Depot overlay parking district. So when we come back here, we hopefully will have straightened that out and either have come into compliance with the new interpretation or have succeeded in demonstrating why our interpretation was correct. But in either event, the team's goal here is to comply with the parking requirements under the zoning ordinance. Next slide, please. I think this is just an introduction for me to turn this over to Chris Copeland to say a few words about what he hopes this will bring.
Thanks, Miranda. Chris Copeland, Beverly Crossing. I'll try to be brief. I appreciate everyone's time in looking at this project. I just wanted to say this is a real important partnership with the Goldbergs. This is not something we just looked at a couple months ago. This is a couple years ago where we started envisioning what this property could look like. We started crafting with the Goldbergs what their vision was for this property. They could have sold these, they could have done a number of improvements, but we thought that it was better if we collectively got together and figured out that a better path forward to preserve those row houses and leverage the site being close to the train station, something that does form a gateway as coming over the bridge. It's a bit of a sleepy site that if you drove by, you probably wouldn't be able to imagine that this visible project could have an impact, and it's kind of emerged into, we can do something good here, and we are trying to respect the site and people's view of Beverly coming into it. So we're trying to do a good job with that. I know everyone can read these, the bullets on it, but I just wanted to highlight these. Yeah, you can go, that's fine. The infill site, much needed housing, obviously part of the master plan within Beverly, walkable to retail, restaurants, bike lanes, that kinds of thing. And we'll get into further detail with that, but we do believe 60% is the right of, AMI is the right affordable housing for this kind of site. So we wanted to use the lowest AMI to achieve that. We know that's allowed. Improved site organization is not totally obvious, but if you drive by, there are a number of curb cuts we're consolidating. And I think if you look at the traffic improvement that's been done to date, there's a number of ways you can pull into this site right now that I think you're in the middle of the intersection. It frankly feels a little dangerous. So we're trying to consolidate that, make that a little safer. We'll continue through the parking and traffic with that issue. The incremental tax revenue is obviously, with fewer city service burdens, is obviously something that is inherent with these projects. We think that's important to the city to realize these incremental tax revenue opportunities. Sustainable features, we'll talk about that. Solar, obviously the location with it, infrastructure in place is sustainable in some ways by itself, walkable. And preserve those row houses. I can't stress enough at how many times we sat with the Goldbergs. We met with Ward 2 Civic Association. They formed a subcommittee. We met with them in July. So this has gone through some scrutiny that those row houses tell a story, and we just want to be able to keep those. So on the next slide, you'll see the visual to that. But those are the only words I wanted to say. Thanks. Thanks again for your time.
You want to do this one?
No, I think you should go ahead.
All right. Hey, Stefano Basso, SV Design. Just looking at the existing site here, it's a really unique location, right near the harbor, on the edge of Goat Hill and right across the way from historic Fish Lake Hill neighborhood. It's kind of at the end of the Cabot and Rantoul corridor, more so Rantoul. But kind of being at the junction of all these different areas, there's a lot architecturally to draw from, different components from the neighborhoods. You can kind of see, though, right now, driving by, the view that I see coming over the bridge every day. There's not a lot here. The buildings are kind of plopped down. They don't have a lot of relationship to each other or to the streetscape. The uses range from the auto repair shop, salon, and some apartment buildings. You can skip ahead. Yeah, zooming in on the existing buildings, you can see some of the older structures have been altered over time, definitely detrimental. So we figured, coming over the bridge into this gateway to Beverly, what a great opportunity to create a really prominent building that welcomes people to the neighborhood. Looking at our site in the middle with the yellow L-shaped building, that's the upper 4 stories of the residential portion. These highlighted red buildings are the other larger buildings in the neighborhood. So the new waterfront restaurant down to the bottom of the screen, the big red barn, which is, I think, actually that color probably. There's some apartment buildings over to the left, including a 7-unit that are kind of built into the hill. But there's some height and density there, and then going down Rantoul Street, there's the Goldberg Mill Building, the Edwards School, and some of the other mill buildings and newer apartment buildings too. Off to the sides are the residential neighborhoods, and we think that the bigger buildings along the commercial corridor serve a good function in that they're more activated to pedestrian use, to higher traffic, but the taller building heights also allow for some screening to focus all of that use towards the busier corridors, kind of shielding the single family and smaller apartment buildings in the surrounding neighborhoods. So we think this is a good spot for a project like this. Going to the next one, we're highlighting some of the green space coming over the bridge. There's a little pocket park next to the Harbor Masters building. There's some lawn space kind of on the bridge on-ramps. and some of the improvements from the infrastructure, the intersection upgrade project. So on the corner of our site where we're touching that intersection, we'll be adding some green space that you'll see in the landscape plans a little more, but just trying to increase any kind of plantings in that area that we can get, because there is a lot of paving with the roads coming together there. All right, the site plan here with our building footprint in brown. Rantoul Street coming over down the screen from the right. You see that row of houses, historic houses down the side. The parking is in the back, including that bluish area. If you skip ahead to the next slide, probably easier to see. Rotated 90 degrees now with Rantoul and Cabot. Switches right from Rantoul to Cabot along the site. So to the top of the screen there, the drive aisle for cars coming into the project is up to the top left. So cars will be turning off of Rantoul Street there into the rear parking lot area. The drive aisle wraps around the building to the bottom of the screen. Yep, pushes you out down the hill to Goat Hill Lane. There's a pretty severe grade change. It's about a full story from the top left corner of the site there down to the intersection. So this allows us to have a fully underground parking garage on the Rantoul entry side and a parent 4-story building, whereas on the Goat Hill Lane leg of the building, it's a 5-story building. So the entrance to that underground parking garage is on the bottom of the screen, kind of about 2/3 of the way down that drive aisle towards Goat Hill. For pedestrians coming into the building, for residents and visitors, the main entry is located closer to the intersection there in the yellow. Yep, there's a little bit of an overhang. We have the activated ground floor guidelines met with a lot of glazing on that area for pedestrians walking by the building. Anybody who's ever walked to the Anchor from downtown knows that you hit a certain point and you're cutting across a lot of curb cuts and there's not a lot of lighting and you're walking past dumpsters and you kind of, it's not a great experience. So this is a lot better of a pedestrian experience. Adding some new plantings and trees along the sidewalk there. And then in the, all the way to the right side, you can see the bump out at the intersection on the corner. So that's a new sort of pocket park that we're creating. So that would have a couple flowering trees and some other plantings and some benches. So that would be available for public use. That could be for residents that are waiting for friends to show up and visit, people that are waiting for an Uber to get picked up, or just people coming and going from the harbor when there's a little bit more going on there. The green space in the middle of the L-shaped building, the commercial tenant spaces there, and then also the resident amenity spaces, fitness center, club room. The entryway could be used as sort of gallery space they're envisioning. It's this blank backdrop that you can see through the glass from the sidewalk. And there's some exterior space as well. But that provides a pretty good opportunity for featuring some artwork. Can skip down to the next one. I'll just highlight that there's EV charging stations in the parking garage, as well as bike storage, hanging racks above each parking space that could be used for bikes, strollers, anything like that. So moving up to the first floor plan here, the second pedestrian entry is over off to the left. You can just maybe make out where the yellow corridor space comes out. So that would be the entry for people coming from the depot train station or from downtown. They could walk in, come right to this first floor here, rather than the more primary entry that opens onto the intersection at the lower level. So it's a typical double-loaded corridor scheme, L-shaped building. You might start to see in the inside of the L how the balconies open up and point out towards the harbor. So a lot of really great views towards the harbor there. You might also see that over on the right side, we're expressing some architectural bay features to kind of highlight that area a little bit more. You'll catch that in elevations as well. You can scoot down. Typical upper floors, not much difference, just not the entryway there. Can keep going. Up on the roof, we have a large area carved out for solar panels to be solar ready. The smaller rectangles that you see along both legs are the heat pump units. So typically we like to bank these units close together nearby the plumbing stacks. It really helps to keep the efficiency of the solar array up without having them broken up. And then off to the top right on that leg, you can see roof deck, which has will have great views out over the harbor, up over the bridge there. So getting to the colorful elevations here, we have these 2D ones to show you kind of the scale and layout of the building, and then we have the 3D renderings that are helpful to understand how the massing kind of is set back from each other, because it can be a little tough to read on these 2Ds. In the top right, you can see the 4-story portion of the building, which provides a good bookend at the end of the historic row houses. It's broken up with brick on the lowest level, which you can see more on the lower elevation, which is on Goat Hill Lane from the south. So we have the base, shaft, and capital scheme that we like to use. Bring in some more traditional New England brick, kind of, nothing too new and shiny. I think you want a little bit more texture in the brick, like you might see in some of the nearby mill buildings, to add a little bit of warmth. And then we're using kind of a blue-gray clapboard scheme through the middle stories. And then up on the 5th floor, a vertical V-groove siding, like a white. So kind of borrowing a lot of different vernacular New England elements that you would see on other historic buildings around town. And also trying to mix in maybe more nautical elements than you've seen on other projects further down Rantoul Street, thinking that it should respond to its proximity to the harbor as well. Can scoot down again. Over on the other two sides of the building, the bottom elevation is the north elevation that faces the parking lot, surface parking. So we found on the previously completed flats at 131 Rantoul project, a lot of emphasis is on the detail and the materiality and the depth and the balconies on the front of the building. We thought on the rear of that building, what worked well was to just keep it pretty muted and simple, and that helped it to blend in more with the residential neighborhood that it backs onto, whereas the front facade of the building having more masonry and more awnings and signage was more appropriate. So we borrowed that kind of idea. We kept the clapboard siding through levels 1 through 3, and then that V-groove up top to kind of help to lighten it. You'll see in the 3Ds probably a little more the cornice line detail with different trim boards, and then another break at the 4th floor. Along the side of the building up top, you can see the grade change from the rear parking lot on the left side of the screen, dropping down to Goat Hill Lane. You'll also see a few bump outs. So those are bumping the face of the building out a couple feet for about a bay each, kind of mimicking the rhythm of some of the neighboring buildings like the row houses or the ones that the project backs onto there, to help break up the length of that facade a little bit. You also see the garage door there. Yeah. Gone through DRB already, so I won't spend too much time, but some of the materials I was talking about, you'll see the blue awning in the top middle, better in the 3D probably, but bringing in, double hung black sash window, kind of traditional look, and, the horizontal railing, a little bit similar to a cable rail type look. So looking at the east elevation on Rantoul Street, you can see the end of the row houses on the right. So like I said, we think it makes a good bookend. We wanted to emphasize having a good street presence there and to create a street wall. which is important on the main drag. You can see as the grade drops down, that brick plinth starts to emerge. So as you're walking by, we've carved out some areas for planting beds, all like native, drought-tolerant plants. Off to the left side, you can see the more prominent corner of the building is set back a little further from here. So it's a 65-foot length of the building on this end. It's been broken up into two pieces. So the scale of the building, I think, is broken up by these Juliet balconies on the corner and then this setback that cuts down the middle of the building. And we have a space that they could install artwork. There's an opportunity for a lot of different things that they could do in there. This is just, not a idea of what the artwork or mural should be, but just as a placeholder to say, it's not just clapboard here, it could be anything. Could move ahead. So then basically looking out across the intersection from Front Street, I think, you can see how the building is set back with the two legs of the L, kind of engaging the one that we previously looked at right along Rantoul Street, then the other L towards the intersection in Goat Hill Lane. It doesn't look as long as maybe some of the other buildings do because it's broken up so much by the balconies. Some of these forms too we're borrowing from either ships or different figures you might see on the water. Instead of square posts, we have these round columns that, without doing anything tacky, it's like could be evocative of ship's mast, or you look at the different levels and all the railings lined up there. Should feel really light and airy, kind of looking out to the harbor. You can also see in the middle, down towards the bottom, the activated ground floor. So that's the area where the primary entrance to the building is, for the commercial space, and then the amenities. So that'll be well lit and kind of you'll see activity going on there. So it's not just like a closed shade on somebody's window as you're going by. You can start to see some of the plantings and trees there too. I think if we move down, yeah, so this one is showing the more prominent corner. So this is really, us thinking that, for this location, this shouldn't be an infill building. This is a real opportunity to create a building that can kind of set the tone for future projects, or, anyone who is looking at their own property and maybe wants to make improvements. So we didn't want to be too quiet. The downtown design guidelines call for, the corners of buildings on prominent intersections to be stronger. So, we wanted to be stronger, but we also wanted to maintain this really light and airy feeling. So those units on the corner have the most glass, great views looking out. We've added in those blue standing seam metal awnings, provide a little solar heat gain protection, and also just dress it up a little bit, add a little bit of extra depth and shadow to the facade there. The windows are on the corner, and you can see a deeper balcony there on the corner units, really nice balconies looking out. And then in the foreground is the pocket park with the flowering crabapple trees. I think if you're standing on the roof of Beverly House of Pizza, maybe this is the view you'd see. Looking back up the driveway towards the rear parking area. You can see those bump outs along that side, a couple feet sticking out just to help break up the facade a little bit. And then the prominent corner in the background. Next to the pocket park, there's a little carve out. There's a storage area, so that's where the trash storage would be. So there's an enclosed trash room where they would wheel out the dumpsters for pickup and wheel them back in. So, we thought that was an appropriate location. It's well screened, but easily accessible as well. Okay. And then the 3D looking at that back corner of the building, you'll notice it's clipped for a couple stories. So that was a request of the fire department to be able to get the turning radius for their trucks down and around the building and down the driveway. So we've worked with them on that front. and then the rear entrance of the building for pedestrians coming into the first floor there. This is a fun view from the roof deck looking out over the harbor with, yeah, should be a pretty good space. So that's what was included in the filing, and then this next batch is additional renderings that we put together that we thought would be helpful. So these ones include more site context. We photoshopped the model into Google Street View and drove around and saw how it looked. So we think it tells a pretty good story. You can get a much better sense of the scale of the building and what it's going to do in the surrounding context. I think it was a coincidence that the building has some similarities to Al's Bait Shop, maybe not. But yeah, yeah, the prominent corner with the trees, I think, does a lot to soften the corner of the building on the approach when you're sitting at that intersection.
That was your model, Al's Bait?
Well, you know.
The Goldbergs don't own that, I don't think.
The pinnacle of local architecture, I'd say. Okay.
I think maybe in the interest of time, we could come back to landscaping afterward, just because DRB did review landscaping, and I know we also have maybe to go through it at another time, how we are addressing some of those comments. But I'm looking at the clock and thinking maybe it makes sense. Scott, do you just have a few words, like high level on the?
Do we want to stay on architecture and finish that out? I can always.
Oh, I'm sorry, project sustainability. Yeah, we should run through project sustainability, please.
Okay. Yeah, we touched on some of these topics, but urban infill, transit-oriented development. This is the perfect site to build. All the planning studies that are done in Massachusetts, they say, build on a site that's already developed, right? So, there's all parking lots and existing buildings here. It's not the most efficient use, so this is a great spot to come in and add some density and clean it up and clean up some of the issues that are there with traffic in terms of curb cuts right on the middle of the intersection, or lack of sidewalks, or lack of accessibility. The proximity to the commuter rail. I don't have to run through all of these, but reduce stormwater. We have one more slide like this, I think. And then for sustainability features in the building, LEED Silver certifiable, Energy Star rated, heat pump, heating and cooling, electric, solar ready roof, bike storage, lower urban heat island effect compared to what's there with reflective roofing. So yeah, a lot of good features on the new building. Miranda doesn't want me to read the whole list.
Well, I think the point is that I think what we want the board to understand is that the team has hopefully kind of impressed you with the fact that the sustainability piece is real, and we've heard the board after coming here on prior occasions, and we are I think every time we come, those slides get longer and longer and longer, and there's a reason for that. So I think that the board's serious and very focused questioning on those topics over the years is making a big difference, Mr. Miller.
I mean, as long as he's happy, that's really the, that's all that
real.
really.
It's real. I think, we've been talking for about a half an hour. And Madam Chair, we can continue with sort of the more technical parts of the civil engineering, or we could open it up for questions based on the design at this point, or comments at your pleasure.
I would like to focus on, I have some design questions. I don't know if other members of the board do. Okay. Plus, I think you'll talk civil engineering, and it'll go right over my head at this hour of the night, so.
Yep, sorry, that'll be fun.
Did you have a question, Derek?
No.
Oh.
No, I
counting
I do have,
anyway.
well, actually, I'm very interested in, and, maybe take the guidance from the chair on this. I'm very interested in having perhaps a meeting of the board on site, a tour of the site. This is a gateway. This is one of the most important developments that's going to happen here, and I'm very concerned about the height and scale. I know that, in these pictures, it doesn't look quite as much of an impact, but I really would like to walk the site, look at it as a group in person, so we all have the same images in our mind when we're doing our deliberations.
Board members, thoughts?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As long as you buy us some snacks from Beverly House of Pizza.
Maybe they'll let us stand up on the roof and we can look at it from that same view. We can levitate. I would be, curious as to whether or not we'd be able to get some balloons to see height as well. And I say that not in jest, actually. But so that we can really look at what the scale is like, not just from the intersection, but also from the neighbors in the back.
If, just to help with other people too, that's a great point. Others may not have that ability to meet with you on site, but maybe there's some renderings you can do with different points of view across the street from the person's standpoint, around the building. That way, if folks pull this up, they can kind of still get a sense of that scale as well.
One concern that comes to mind is the,
Microphone, Wayne.
I did.
I think you need to speak into it, my friend.
Sorry. Just concerned about the underground garage and how much flooding potential that has in the next 30 years. It's pretty low.
Sure, yeah, we are well above the floodplain. It's so high above, we didn't even have to look at that for this one, in fact. We did the restaurant project, obviously, which is in the floodplain, so we had a lot of direct experience with that. The lowest elevation on this site occurs at elevation 18, with the building occurring no lower than elevation 21. And our flood is happening down around elevation 10, 9 or 10 in this area. So we're good 10, 11 feet before we even get to the site, which is well above any of the projections for sea level rise. So this is not an area where we had concern, thankfully, despite the
I really want that to be true.
yeah, us too.
Mr. Basso, could I ask you a question? You talked a couple of times about wanting a light and airy project. That's fair to say. And I'm wondering if the heavy use of black negates the idea of light and airy.
Can I just say the DRB has questions and comments. We have to go back to them and talk about colors. They wanted things to be slightly more contrasted, darker. They requested certain things that we come back to them about color. So it was part of their recommendation.
Navy blue or black?
That's navy blue? Okay, but isn't there a, the windows are black? Okay.
Just the window frame.
Like said,
Yeah, I think the idea with the black is that it's going to provide a little bit of contrast and pop, and that the windows might actually seem a little bit bigger when there's a lighter siding next to them, and you have the darker sash, whereas if you had a white trim and a white frame and a white sash, it starts to make the opening smaller. So that's a trick that we use when we're trying to create some contrast.
They also look like old double hung windows, which would be appropriate, I guess.
Yeah, I think, we're not trying to create, historical replica, of course. we're also not trying to create a building that we think doesn't fit in terms of being too modern. So I think we're walking that line where, some of the siding elements are the traditional New England, but some of the details like the standing seam roofs are a little bit more modern. So it's some subtle nods, like with the railing, subtle nods to being modern and being glassy, while trying to strike the right balance in terms of material palette and where we pick our spots, really.
And I was interested, you talked about picking up some of the more nautical elements, which I think is absolutely appropriate, given the proximity to the harbor. But I'm wondering if you could comment on what specifically those elements, those nautical elements are.
So in this elevation, you can see about a third of the way over from the left, we included some sort of porthole-esque windows
Yeah.
that are set in the V-groove. We brought the V-groove siding down an extra story and kind of added those elements. We thought was kind of nice, subtle things that if you're looking at the building, you might not notice particularly, but hopefully they aggregate overall that there's a feel when you're looking at the building. The V-groove siding is a little bit more something you might see on a ship or on a lot of buildings around the coast. And then the railings, we're showing a horizontal circular rail, but kind of similar in concept to the cable rail that you would see a lot. In terms of formwork, the bays, you could a little bit more abstract, but you could make a case that the bay window is kind of similar to the bow of a ship. There's some of that formwork where they jut out that kind of borrows some elements from other sources.
You also have kind of bimini shades going on there.
What's that?
You also have like bimini shades going on. You know what biminis are? Never mind, it must have been an accident.
On a picnic boat.
Yeah.
I happen to think it's a really cool design. I mean, especially for the gateway. I love the way you've broken up the massing. You have these two sort of strong ends of the L you talked about. What's interesting is you brought that. It seems like you kind of turned it around. You brought the interior courtyard to the front. But I'm just worried. Are you losing some space, an opportunity for activation by doing that? I know you got the parking garage on the sort of ground level, which doesn't allow you to really have a rear courtyard, but it very interesting.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. We wanted to maintain street wall and a prominent corner, but we didn't want to have a long building wall along the street, so we set it back, and you get a little bit of both. You get the relief from the height of the building from the street, while also getting the presence of the building. And then we are adding, it's tough to see on the screen, but some smaller plantings on the edge of the second floor podium slab too, to help add a little bit of softening element there, some extra green. So we'll try to add as much as we can there. In terms of activating it for resident amenity space, we do have larger decks on the lowest level that open out onto there. So whereas the upper levels have the smaller deck, you might have a slightly larger one from the units that open out onto there. Yes. I think there was a concern. We looked at, could you do a public garden space in there? And it does get to be a little, there is the trade-off in terms of resident privacy when they live in the courtyard. So I think we're balancing those concerns and thought ultimately having a little bit of private space maybe outweighed having the public space, but then people losing their personal space there.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I'm not here to give you arsenal, weapons for your arsenal, but I think the height actually may help to make a transition into Rantoul Street, where there have been real height challenges and controversial height challenges. And I think this might actually
help with that. But
The hill helps. The slope.
the hill,
I think it kind of, pulls you in.
yeah.
Derek?
Yeah, I have a different view on the height. And, that's one of the concerns I have. And I see that you really did try to grab something and find something with the design. And, I'm not an architect, okay? I'm not an artist. I was a history major and political science major, so I understand, like the history of the city, and this doesn't evoke any sense of history for me, and in terms of the city that we're entering, and coming here, and I didn't see the roundness of the poles, I guess, and, maybe some of those things would come out more in terms of elements of nauticalness and things like that, but, anyway, I don't want to ramble. It just, it doesn't really have a statement to me, just to put that out. But I'm not going to make a decision based on design on this. It really is going to come down to other things, so.
I had a couple questions on, you had a slide that discussed the benefits, I think, to the city. One of my notes had, how many units of housing currently exist and will be replaced by what you're proposing?
12 plus a house,
12 plus a house. So, okay.
plus the retail.
And how much retail is there now?
There's the garage, the Zini's garage, and then
There's the
the salon.
former hair salon building.
Square footage wise, I'm not sure. Maybe Andy knows.
You also had a comment that there would be fewer city service burdens, something to that effect, that the new property would be less in need of city services.
Yeah.
Setting aside the school issue, are there other city services that you think will be less to that area?
I think police and fire, when you have this kind of multifamily mixed use here, there's less of a draw on police and fire for these kinds of buildings. If you built 60 homes in a green field somewhere, I think you'd have more of a draw on services. But I think when you put them all together, and if you talk to the police and fire, I think for the number of units of housing we're creating, it's incrementally not a draw on the services that the city provides. In other words, the police visits are extremely low.
As compared to what you're replacing?
No, just in general.
Okay, but how about as compared to what you're replacing? Because isn't the comparison with what you're proposing to build versus what you're proposing to replace?
I think it's more about a density creation within a TOD zone. So it's a little difficult to answer. In other words, like the press box, like that had a lot of police, right? Compared to Depot 2 that's going to be built with 106 units, will have a lot less police draw on the police services. So it's kind of like, what are we replacing? That's a different argument for a different site. Here, I don't know the actual police visits and what are the new police visits going to be. I just know in general, TOD creates less of a draw on those kinds of services for the actual density that's created.
Okay, I will tell you that I struggle with that one, but it could be the hour, I just need to think about it.
Could you talk about the existing rent per, cost per square foot for renters that are there today versus what the rent's going to be like in the future?
We can get that for you. Yeah, we don't have the comparison.
Along those lines, when this is also unsurprisingly in Census Tract 2174, which we've talked about before. Now, this is an area of the city, it's an opportunity zone. It's an area where the median household income is $57,000. It's 34% lower than the median household income in the state of Massachusetts. It's has a this area of the city has a poverty rate of 21%, which differs from the state average, which is 9.4%. I'm curious as to how many people who live in this building after you build it are going to be able to be from the neighborhood it's being built in. This is not a new question. And I really would like an honest look at what the cost per unit will be. Comparing that, and I understand you have 5 by law, 5 units of affordable housing at 60% of the AMI. But I'm curious as to how many people who live in Census Tract 2174, otherwise known as Wards 2 and
Part of Ward 2, yes.
part of Ward 2, are actually going to be able to afford to live here.
And if I may, I know we've had this line of questions on other projects, not this one, Mr. Beckwith. I don't know that we can provide you that information. I think you are, I understand the concern, but there's no way for us to forecast how many people from this census tract are going to live in this building.
Well, we can just take a look at what it's going to cost.
Batteries are starting to die.
We can look, we could just have a candid look at what the rents will be for the units, and we can look at that compared to what the average median income is for households in this area. And just be able to realistically look at the housing we're creating in a 5-story, 53-foot, 60-unit building, knowing that 5 of them will be for people who are at 60% of average median income, not of Census Tract 2174. You know, the regulations and the laws that are used to create that formula, I think use the Boston, Cambridge district, which has much higher than the people who actually live in this area. So I just raise that as an issue that's near and dear and important to me, and I think many other people in the city. So I just want to have a candid discussion about what that is.
We don't track it by census tract, but we do know 2/3 of our residents come from Beverly on the North Shore, local. We can get you more color, a little bit more color,
Yeah.
but we don't do it by census. We don't ask people what census tract they're coming from.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking just what your rents are going to be, and then we'll take a look at what the income levels are in that area and how many people can afford to live there who actually are in the area. That's all.
And I would like to go on the record saying that it's our job to present how this project complies with zoning. And I think you're asking questions that we cannot forecast exactly what the market rents are going to be. And I don't understand why this is germane to the board's inquiry. And I want to come back responsively, but respectfully, I don't see that this is within the board's parameter of inquiries under the zoning bylaw.
Well, we do vote to accept your affordable housing plan. And, maybe this is in line with the fact that by right, you can build a 53-foot building in this area, right? So maybe the question I'm asking you goes not just to you, but to everyone in the city about what it is that we're building here. So, and I'm not trying to be critical. I'm trying to just have people know what it is that's happening in our city. Okay?
Are you suggesting that they should be building alternative housing for existing residents?
No, I'm suggesting that the affordable housing formula that we have here doesn't work in our city for the people who live here.
Then I just would suggest that maybe we find the right forum for that conversation, because I think it is actually a really important conversation that we've had a couple of times in the last 2 months, but in forums that are not don't seem to be connected to like decision-making spaces around that issue. So I wonder if, I mean, it's now come up across the last couple of projects. I don't know if that would look like a joint meeting with the city council. I don't know if it would look like a study group. I don't know if it would look like a discussion with the staff. I'm pretty sure, though, the answer is not going to come from these guys. So I wonder if this is an issue that's near and dear to the hearts of the board, if there's like another venue to discuss that issue and that's a little bit more solutions oriented for the city, because I don't think the answer is going to come from them, personally. And I would look to Darlene for some expertise and like, where is the best place to take up this question? Because it's important and it's going to keep coming up at 11 o'clock at night on projects. And like, I want to take it at a time when we can answer it, because I think it warrants an answer. And I don't think it's going to get it in the venue we're asking it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a welcome consideration to think it's a policy question that you're asking. It's actually a state policy question. The requirements that they're meeting and that they're required to meet for inclusionary housing are set by the state. We cannot require them to and be part of the LIP program and charge rents based on the census tract. And so, because I've asked that question. And so I think, looking at ways to have a conversation about other ways to solve the problem that you're trying to get at, I think it's a great idea. I mean, I would mention that earlier today, the chair of the Parking and Traffic Commission was talking about, trying to get either the chairs of the various boards and commissions of the city together to kind of have a discussion about each board's priorities and what's important to them, can bring people together. But that could also extend to a couple of boards getting together in an open meeting, if it's all the board members, to kind of have a similar discussion about, what are the key challenges facing the city right now, and what do boards face, and what are the big questions, and kind of, I think it would be important too for this commission that overlaps with this board, that overlaps with some of these other entities, to have that conversation. So in all of your free time, we can
That's right.
certainly try to set something up late, but I also do think it is, it's a policy question that needs to be discussed with the Affordable Housing Trust, and also City Council.
This goes to something that I've thought about often, and that's whether we're a planning board or a reacting board. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, well, and I would say, and I hear your concern and thought and suggestion, and if those things were happening, then maybe I wouldn't be asking these questions right here. And I think
Let's make them happen, though.
Yeah.
Because I don't think asking them here is going to make them happen. I think it will be other activities that will make them happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if the goal is to get them heard. I actually don't know if they'll be heard because they come up here. I think they'll be heard because we ask for that forum. So I just want to say, like, I would very much support asking for that forum and would find new available time for a conversation that is happening in the right venue.
At the same time, one of the decisions, one of the factors that I use in looking at projects is how it fits in with the neighborhood. And affordability, while it's not an architectural thing, is something, to me, that has something to do with whether or not a project fits into the neighborhood. And, I'll leave it at that.
And I would offer one last thing. I think, and this is not simply directed toward this applicant, but towards many of the applicants that we've seen coming before us with housing projects. To some extent, they bring the policy issue up themselves when they talk about that, this is important because it helps the city's housing needs. I go back to something that we were told, 5-6 years ago, which is that the city's housing problems weren't the number of units available, but was the fact that an extraordinary large percentage of Beverly residents couldn't afford their rents, and that it was going to be classic supply and demand economics. If you build more housing, it will drive the price down, and we haven't seen it.
I'm going to stop you there because we never said that. What we said was if you build more housing, you meter the rise in increase in rents. We're not driving rents down.
Exactly.
That's not even economics. I mean, but what we said was increasing the supply helps to slow the rental increases. But there's a 10,000 units that we need to produce in the region in order to really
Right.
effectively do that.
Right.
And so, no, we're not seeing it right now. But that is, no one has ever said or should have said that we are going to effectively reduce rents and housing costs, because that's just, it's not going to happen.
I know. Again, and it harkens back, we talked about it the last time, it is a policy issue. It really is a much broader policy issue. With that being said, Derek has raised an idea about wanting to do a site visit. Is that something board members are interested in?
This one is.
I do it, yeah.
All right, do we want to schedule something now, or do we want to circulate dates and
See availability.
see availability?
Do you want to do it as a team?
Does that raise open meeting concerns if we
Yes.
all go? Yeah.
So we post
It would
site
be
visits.
Okay, my
We do them, we
apologies.
post them as meetings. We are not actually. They are, it's like a borderline thing. So the goal of a site visit is that you cannot deliberate at a site visit. And you can go and attend, and ideally, not ask too many questions, like save the questions for the next meeting. But we do post them out of abundance of caution, and if they're available, and certainly hope that they, would be available to the public as well, as long as accessibility.
I don't need to go, I can go anytime. I can just go to the site, so you don't have to worry about me.
We still post it anyway, but.
All right, so why don't we circulate something, and then if we can agree to a date, we will then post the meeting. All right? In the meantime, shall we continue this to,
October.
what does October 4th look like for us?
October 4th, we have, on October 4th, we have the Leggett project, the other Cabot Street one, 350, 354 Rantoul, and 40 Dunham. For October 25th, we put the Hickory Hill public hearing on that. And, oh, that's this one. I guess I suggested this one, if we're doing a peer review. I don't know if that gives us more time. Or do you want to come back on the 4th? I don't know.
How do you
I mean,
feel? I think,
It's going to take longer.
I think given your schedule and out of respect for your schedule and the fact that we will be waiting for peer review, we can live on this project for October 25th.
Okay, could I have a motion to that effect, please?
To continue this public hearing to October 25th.
Second, all in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the night.
We'll be following you shortly.
Turn the lights on.
I figured out the answer to this. Because I reread the quote. It's incremental tax revenue relative to services. This thing spends on
Steal all of them.
This thing spends on $2.2 million on it. And we don't have $2 million worth of service burden.
We can come back and.
Miranda, I swear I didn't have anything to do with turning the lights on. I know you suspect me of it, but I
Nag. I welcome a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved, Madam Chair?
Rodney Beecher, you're a second.
Second.
All in favor? We're in adjournment. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.